feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now
Barisan pemain yang bakal bertanding, kita perkenalkan terlebih dahulu LGD. Oh, nampaknya pemain akan tamat. Bukan, maka tamat dan all gamers global.
最不想遇到的 LGD， 他們很厲害，因為我們之前訓練賽也輸給他們。
怕唔係怕個別嘅選手，應該係怕佢哋成隊整體嘅嗰個配合度啊，同埋佢哋自己本身自己每一位選手嘅嗰個技術係好好。對比起我哋初成軍冇耐嘅 AG Global 嚟講，就應該係會有啲困難。
You don't have so much pressure. We just enjoy the game. We just do what we want to do. We just try our best to win. We are not them, so we don't have the pressure.
抽到就抽到了吧，那我们就跟他们殊死一搏吧。反正我们是挑战者，别让他跨过我们这么轻松。
我們會在沉默中爆發，我們會是最後的黑馬。
Telah beliau untuk mencari mereka terus berlakukan kepada mereka dan terus saja. Mereka tamat, kami begitu saja Vivo Stars.
KAGE had a blast like coming to the playoffs, but based on what we have seen and what we've trained, I think it's going to be a fair match with a bit of advantage for us.
Eu não acho que a KAGE é um time forte, eu acho que eles estão evoluindo ainda, eles estão tentando se entender. Eu não acho que o early game nem o mid deles é concreto, então eu acho que vai ser um confronto bem tranquilo pra gente.
Dan tapi kita tidak boleh berpuas hati karena kita akan berjuang sampai titik darah penghabisan kita sampai kekuatan terkuat kita lah. Jadi kita akan berjuang di tahap knockout selanjutnya.
Kami pasti bakal terus semangat supaya bisa KAGE juara.
I am extremely confident against KAGE. We respect them a lot as adversaries, but I think that our tools in the game, like draft, early, mid, late game, are superior, so I am extremely confident to win this match.
Bom, os times que ficaram em segundo torçam muito para não serem sorteados na nossa chave, senão vocês vão para casa mais cedo.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliché. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me.
I'm born this way, ay. This my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them to please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-to-the-E-R-O, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I rose again. Drill with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who go for them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Face not face, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, get me fast. Calling out for the game. There's no won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of the Look
down.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on Show Enemy Avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
All I need is a target.
Lane stealers only bring frustration to a team. The team will be at a disadvantage and players will not enjoy the match. We are also players, and we know the problem doesn't lie with the good players. Therefore, based on feedback, we created the lane pre-pick system. Players will choose the lanes they want to play before looking for a match. The system will take these preferences into account and find suitable matches so that everyone can enjoy the game. To combat lane stealers, everyone has a chance to create a better gaming environment by reporting them and making the Gorge a better place. With this system, finding a balanced team is no longer a problem, but a practice in innovation.
Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA, featuring intense and fair team-based battles, high-end graphics, a deep roster of diverse heroes, and a variety of gameplay modes, all combining to offer players an innovative mobile gaming experience.
One of our main goals is to develop Honor of Kings for a global audience. To achieve this, we continue to add localized content to the game, such as collaborating with popular franchises to bring new regionally inspired heroes, skins, in-game events, and more to our worldwide community.
While we are members of the development team, we are also gamers.
meaning we want games that foster fair, competitive environment and reward players based on their skill. This is also our North Star when it comes to developing Honor of Kings, ensuring that the game's mechanics, heroes, equipment, and more are well balanced. The game has been designed from the ground up with a mindset that all elements that affect gameplay can be earned through effort and time spent, such as hero unlock and the KAGE system. This core tenet ensures that Honor of Kings remains fair, competitive, and most of all, fun.
In addition to accessibility, we believe that a good PvP game needs to maintain friendly and fair matchmaking for players of all skill levels. This is why our team focuses on both game balance and matchmaking optimization. In fact, we review the community's gameplay data every 2 weeks to help us determine how best to balance the hero roster's skills and stats. It's like adjusting a precision clock to make sure everyone experiences the competitive fun of each match.
Maintaining a safe, competitive environment makes for a healthier Honor of Kings community, where players can meet friendly teammates and respectful opponents in every session. Our team is passionate about ensuring that players can cooperate effectively in each battle. With a feature like map lane pre-selection, a reward system for positive play, the ability to report bad actor mid-match, and the easy-to-use Conwheel interface, all designed to foster safe, cooperative matches based on good sportsmanship.
We also want Honor of Kings to be a platform where players from all over the world can realize their dreams of high-level competitive gameplay. Alliances, leaderboards, and other social features allow our challengers to meet like-minded friends and show off their skills. Meanwhile, our partner program and its incentives allow content creators to stand out and become rising stars in Honor of Kings. The esports ecosystem provides a global stage for all professional esports players to compete. These systems combine to form the game's ecosystem, building a stage for players from all over the world to shine. This is what Honor of Kings means to us.
We look forward to meeting you in Heroes George
as we come together as one strong, competitive, and awesome community.
Welcome to Honor of Kings.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
最不想遇到的 LGD， 他們很厲害，因為我們之前訓練賽也輸給他們。怕唔係怕個別嘅選手，應該係怕佢哋成隊整體嘅嗰個配合度啊，同埋佢哋自己本身自己每一位選手嘅嗰個技術係好好。對比起我哋初成軍冇耐嘅 AG Global 嚟講，就應該係會有啲困難。
You don't have so much pressure. We just enjoy the game. We just do what we want to do. We just try our best to win. We are not them, so we don't have the pressure.
抽到就抽到了嘛，那我们就跟他们殊死一搏吧。反正我们是挑战者，别让他跨过我们这么轻松。
我们会在沉默中爆发，我们会是最后的黑马。
Beliau itu mencari begitu sebelum kepada Cristo dan terus saja. Mereka tamatkan begitu saja Vivo Stars.
KAGE had a blast like coming to the playoffs, but based on what we have seen and what we've trained, I think it's going to be a fair match with a bit of advantage for us.
Eu não acho que a KAGE é um time forte, eu acho que eles estão evoluindo ainda, eles estão tentando se entender. Eu não acho que o early game nem o mid deles é concreto, então eu acho que vai ser um confronto bem tranquilo pra gente.
Dan tapi kita tidak boleh berpuas hati karena kita akan berjuang sampai titik darah penghabisan kita sampai kekuatan terkuat kita lah. Jadi kita akan berjuang di tahap knockout selanjutnya.
Kami pasti bakal terus semangat supaya bisa KAGE juara.
I am extremely confident against KAGE. We respect them a lot as adversaries, but I think that our tools in the game, like draft, early, mid, late game, are superior, so I am extremely confident to win this match.
Bom, os times que ficaram em segundo torçam muito para não serem sorteados na nossa chave, senão vocês vão para casa mais cedo.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliché. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. In this
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new color. get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one.
Fight are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead. Well, confident by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up with Wenshi as well. Niap is looking.
Yesterday we said goodbye to 2 teams, and today we're going to say goodbye to 2 more in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational, as we are going to have the remaining of the quarterfinals happening here today. My name is Zero, and join with me today is none other than Kin Do-fu, as we're going to find out who will be joining Loops and Team Secret in the semifinals for this season. How are you doing, Kin?
Oh, doing good. So, of course, I think first game of the day, already a very exciting one is going to be LGD Malaysia going up against All Gamers Global. The both of them have already shown in the group stages they are a force to be reckoned with. So, now it's a battle of giants, right? How do you feel about it, Zero?
Well, I mean, you know, LGD top of their groups and didn't really drop a game. They look just so dominant throughout the group stages, and of course, they've already reached where they really want to be for qualifying for the EWC Esports World Cup tournament happening very soon. So the top 8, all of these quarterfinalists are qualified for one of the biggest tournaments for the Honor of Kings Honor of Kings competitive circuit, and we're thrilled to be partnered with EWC, of course, to send all these teams, these great teams, to compete with them. And you know, this collaboration brings all of these teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports event of the year. So keep your eyes on the action, because the road to EWC starts here. And Kin, what an amazing match we're going to have later on.
Oh, for sure. And if you want to take part in the experience as well, you can experience it similar to the pros, right? If you check out the Infinix GT20 Pro, like all the professional players are playing over at Sunway Velocity Mall, right? So if you want, you can actually check out the Infinix official website. They have all of the details there. And if you really want to take one step to becoming a pro, or maybe just a better gamer in general, you can try the phone out as well.
Absolutely fantastic phone. They've been very supportive of the Honor of Kings competitive circuit, and they've allowed all the players to be able to perform at their highest level. Well, just being able to compete on this phone. So make sure you do check them out, and who knows, you might pick one up for yourself as well. And not to mention, we've also got the latest hero that's joined us in the Heroes Gorge. That's going to be Yao, the Shining Star, a very strong jungler / clash laner fighter that you would love to have in your arsenal, because he's just so flashy and just so beautiful to play.
Yep, exactly. The counterpart, right? The brother of Jing. For sure. And so far in the ranked games, yes, I've encountered, I think almost every game has a Yao inside. And looks like some of the players already have a hang of the hero. So if you're interested in winning some more stars, maybe you can get your hands on the Yao as well, if you haven't.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. It is going to be a great day when Yao is able to join us in the competitive scene. Not in this tournament though, unfortunately, because it is just released a couple of days ago. We want to give these teams to have some practice, to have some experience playing him on the ladder before they will start terrorizing all the opponents in the tournaments. But yeah, Kin, first opening match, LGD, Malaysia going up against All Gamers Global, and like you said, this is the battle of giants. LGD didn't drop a single match throughout the entire group stage, and every game that they've won just looks so easy for them. They have almost the shortest total playing time throughout the entire group stages. What was it, like 11-minute wins, 12-minute wins? They're just very dominant throughout the group stages.
Oh, for sure. In fact, it was a 7 minutes and 40-second game. Now let's take a look at the bracket as how it looks like. So yesterday, like you mentioned, we already have Loops taking the win over Impunity and Team Secret taking the win over Vitality. So they will be making it over to the semi-finals. Now, today we're going to decide who is going to be their competitor. For Loops, they will be looking at either LGD or All Gamers Global, and likewise for Team Secret, it's going to be either against the Vivo Key Stars, VKS, or Kagendra, our KAGE.
Absolutely. Two more teams to join the current semi-finalists, and we'll find out who they are today, because the opening match, LGD versus All Gamers Global, will be sending home one team, while closing it out, we're going to have the defending champions, Vivo Keat Stars, against Kagendra for the closing match. So we have potentially an all Malaysian Brazil affair in the top 4, but not if All Gamers Global and Kagendra have anything to say about it.
Oh, for sure, and I think they have a lot to say about it as well. I think Kagendra in the interview just now, right, as the Reels were playing, they were saying that, they respect their opponents as well. They do think they have it over VKS. Likewise, I think VKS has shown them some respect, but of course, with that being said, they still feel confident about the victory. Now, LGD Gaming's performance, I think Zero, you and I can agree that it has been monstrous thus far, right? The question now is, what do you think of All Gamers Global coming into this match?
I think they are definitely the underdogs in this particular matchup, because their opponents, I mean LGD, you've seen how they've done. You've seen how dominant they were in the group stages. We've got Xiang, we've got JR, such a monster, such an aggressive farm laner that you don't usually see playing that role. Usually you see them more focused on the macro perspective, getting the farm, getting the items up, but no, LGD has been really fast in playing with their marksman, rotating around with them and playing very seamlessly along with the jungle and the marksman. They are definitely a force to be reckoned with, and they are here trying to defend home turf. Playing in Malaysia, they've got a crowd behind them, and they want to get to the top 4 to join their brothers in arms with Team Secret as well.
Alright, and so this is the home ground buff, right? Playing in front of your own fans as well. Take a look at them on the stage. They are seeming pretty calm and collected so far, right? So let's take a look at their competitors here. It's going to be All Gamers Global, live the mid, and we also have Myosotis in the jungle, and Tingling in the roam, the captain, as well as Snow in the clash lane. And last but not least, we have Zeiss in the farm lane. All gamers global. We've already seen how they perform in the group stages. Pretty convincing. I think they were mentioning about some nerfs as well. Hopefully, today they're gonna pull out their best performance as they take their walk to the stage as well. Zero, how do you think about the gameplay between these two teams so far?
I mean, they play in a very similar style. They can play super fast, super aggressive. Their hero pools complement both their play styles very well. So it's going to be a clash of very similar styles, and it's going to come down to who's going to be executing better, who's going to make the better rotations, who's going to be able to move faster across the map to help their teammates. Because make no mistake, both these teams are going to go ham, play aggressive, invade their enemy jungles, try and get objectives as quickly as possible. And whoever is able to withstand that sort of pressure will come out the victor in this best of 5.
Yep, and you know, taking a look at the boys on the side of All Gamers Global, they look pretty chill. I mean, they're smiling, you know, they're giggling and stuff like that. I think right now, my biggest question for both the teams is, we know that they have a very oppressive playstyle, right? We'll invade your jungle, we take the lead, and we just stop you from coming back into the game. So I think, like you mentioned earlier, right? It's about who has more control, who has the faster pace, and based on this, who do you favor at this point?
I mean, you can't argue against the numbers. LGD hasn't dropped a single game yet. They've had pretty much the shortest playing time of the group stages. 13 minutes was their longest game, and the shortest was 7 minutes and 40 seconds, like you said earlier. So it's hard to say that, you know, you can be faster than LGD, because of all these great teams out there, nobody has been as dominant as the Malaysian squad right here.
I think I might have misheard you. The longest game was 13 minutes.
13 minutes. Yes.
That's faster than some of the other games we've seen.
So 13 minutes is the average game time of most of the games of the group stage, but for LGD, that's the longest they've ever played against an opponent before destroying their crystal. So that tells you how aggressive that team is. But their opponents, All Gamers Global, they are no slouches themselves. They've been able to go toe-to-toe against the likes of Loops during the group stages, and they have been able to withstand the late game pressure that was from R8 Esports as well. And their games that they've won have been pretty short as well. I mean, 11 minutes, 12-minute victories. They can match LGD's tempo.
Right, so based off on that, I think we're looking at a pretty rampant game, right? Take a look at the team fight rate. All Gamers Global, they love to fight 72% in that fighting range, and actually, despite fighting so much, LGD actually triumphs them with the average kills. They get more kills average per game, 15.3 kills per game, and the damage per minute is much higher on LGD. I mean, it's hard to argue with that, right? Like you said, they have been very dominant in their games as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely going to be a tough matchup. There's not going to be any easy way to say how All Gamers Global is facing a Titan here. They are the David against the Goliath of LGD. So, but we talked about this matchup before this show even started, that if there's anything that can happen, you know, LGD looks like they are that team today that can potentially force us to a game number 4 or even a game number 5.
Yeah, but interestingly, right, the first blood rate here, actually 60%, so 10% higher than LGD Gaming. So we might see a surprise swing on the side of All Gamers Global, meaning if they manage to take the lead, knowing how both teams play, they will secure and hold on to that lead pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, it is. They need to play aggressive. They need to match the tempo, but they also need to be able to hold on to that, because we've seen teams that, you know, get off to a hot start early on during the laning stages, during the mid-game stage, but as we go towards the 12-minute mark, the 13-minute mark, that's when they start to fumble. LGD, they have never had that issue because their games end before that even happens. So, you know, if LGD is able to stop the if All Gamers Global is able to stop the tempo from LGD, and if they're able to get some defensive stops, defensive plays, get some pickups of 2 of their own, we might be seeing an upset in this first opening best of 5.
Yeah, right off the bat, right, actually, if we're taking a look at the drafting phase, I think there's a couple of things that All Gamers Global need to watch out for, which is, the Fu Zi Da Qiao combo that they have already shown along the likes of Team Secret as well. Pretty sure this is not a Malaysia strat, when we take a look at the global stage, these are compositions that a lot of the other professional teams have taken and showcased across the board as well. So just curious if this is something they should be careful of, or do they have a strategy to kind of play out this Fu Zi Da Qiao combo?
It's a very, I wouldn't say old, but it's a very cheesy combination that we've seen multiple teams play in different regions. It can catch your opponents off guard. LGD did have to reveal it in their first day. Team Secret had to reveal it in their first day, so that sort of gave everyone a clue of how strong this combination is. So definitely you will be on the lookout. I mean, against Team Secret, you have to ban out the Da Qiao just to stop the combination. LGD, they've got a much broader hero pool, so All Gamers Global will not have that easy of a ban phase to be able to pick off their strategy here from LGD.
Yep, I really like this initial bench, right? So we start off a little bit unorthodox. It's going to be the Ma Yin taken out. We've already seen both Xiang and Snow take Ma Yin to, godlike levels across the group stages as well. But following that, it's going to be the usual bench, right? The Arlie, the one lady that we hate to see on the opponent's side, along with the Lady Chen as well. So right now, it really is, okay, is it going to be a Da Qiao, right? Is it going to be a Mai? And it looks like Mai is the choice for them at this point.
Yeah, ladies, and I mean the highest pick rate, the highest win rate hero as well for the mid lane. LGD will pick up the Delia to open things up, so that opens a couple of heroes for their to play with the Delia as a combination as well. There is still the lane that we might see LGD pick up to play along with the Delia. The Kaisers is still left in the pool. Lubu, a pretty forgotten hero in the current tournament, might make himself available for LGD if they're trying to go for some sort of combination with the Delia. And of course, the Yang Yuhuan is also available if they want to play in the jungle for LGD. We've seen that time and time again. A very strong duo that can really pick up the pace and dominate the entire map. LGD has those options open for them. The lane has been taken away from them from the side of All Gamers Global, along with the Hey Noah, so they're gonna have to play with something else.
Yep, actually interesting, right? So obviously this is a professional game, but in ranked games you'll see Haino probably getting banned out most of the time, but this time they will allow it through. But for good reason as well. They have very strong bursts on the side of LGD, right? I'm pointing at the Lady Sun as well as the Shangguan here. Both monsters at bursting people down, but this comes at the level 4 mark for Shangguan, and for Lady Sun, it's probably the itemization that matters more than the levels at this point.
Shangguan has had a terrible group stage score. I mean, only winning once out of the 6 games it's picked. And yesterday we've seen one of the teams pick her up twice as well, but to no avail. Now that hero is currently sitting at a 1-7 score, so only 1 win out of 8 picks so far. And it's not been performing so well, but LGD might be the ones to give her the second win in this tournament. So let's see if LGD is able to prove that it's all skill. It's all a skill issue, not a hero issue.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that, right? Most of the time, I think if we take a look at the Shangguan performance by all of the different teams, they have pretty much been baited in by the opponent teams and forced to take unnecessary or unsavory fights, right? But LGD, known for that aggression, maybe this time that synergy between the aggressive playstyle and the aggressive finishing stroke by the Shangguan will be able to bring LGD that first game in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, the second ultimate that will be provided by the Delia will allow Shangguan to get out of a dangerous situation as well. So definitely something that was missing a lot for the other Shangguan matches that were picked up. They usually they try to help her out with the Yaria, but Delia is just so much better in keeping her alive. So LGD, they need something to jump to initiate for the Shangguan. And they are lacking that clash laner as well as the jungle. So something like the likes of an Ada, something like the likes of a Zilong and a Lubu jungle, or even a Guan Yu clash lane could be something that fits into their lineup over here.
Yeah, funny that you mentioned that Guan Yu has been banned out as well, and I think for good reason as well, right? Zai's actually picking up the Direnjie for the team as well, so they will block out the Luna and the Guan Yu. Both of these heroes have very easy backline access, especially this Luna, right? And more importantly, we take a look at the flip side. Now they're gonna go for a more tanky pick. It's gonna be the Mankey, and they're gonna complete their draft with the Charlotte as well. Funny that they banned out the Sunpin along with the Zhangfei, right? So Sunpin obviously deals a lot of silence, it deals a lot of disruption to the side of LGD, and imagine if your Dolia ultimate is unable to be activated at the perfect time. It spoils the entire combination. That's why the Sunpin is taken out. And Zhangfei for good reason, because Shangguan and Lady Sun, yes, they deal massive amounts of damage, but they need some time to do so. And Zhangfei actually disrupts that game as well, and he's a very tanky boy. He's a beast.
He's literally a beast there. One of the most prominent generals during the Three Kingdoms era, and for the reasoning you provide is absolutely perfect. I mean, even the shields that he can provide to his entire team will stop the burst that LGD is trying to bring out with the Shangguan as well as the Charlotte. So very targeted bans here to enable their lineup. But LGD with that Mankey last pick, that's interesting. We've seen Mankey being picked time and time again to mixed results. Sometimes that hero just looks amazing, but other times it just looks like another hero could have done exactly the same thing but performed even better.
Yeah, Mankey, I think very team dependent as well, right? So it depends on how the team is going to perform, but we all know about LGD, so this is going to be a hot game right now. First game of the best of 5 series, LGD going up against All Gamers Global. Who's going to take the first game?
It's really hard to say at this point here, Kin. I mean, we've talked about how AG might be the first ones to be able to take at least a game away from the more favorite opponent. They've got a very good draft, in my opinion. So much team fight with the Lianpo, Elaine, and the Dun, and Direnjie is always a fantastic mid-game marksman that can enable him. And like you said earlier, if you're playing ladder, the Heino is going to be banned 9 out of 10 times, and they let it through to be played in the mid tier for the side of AG.
Yep, AG not the best start right now. The wave breaker actually pushing him a little bit more away. So Lift is not going to have the best time in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, Devil took a lot of damage there towards the mid. Lianpo can't really do much against the Lady Sun as well as the Dolia, just pushing out the wave. He does have great wave clear, but he needs to get a couple of more levels at the start just to be able to withstand that damage. So eventually he'll be doing okay, but it's interesting that they also put the Shangguan towards the bottom lane to play against the Direnjie and the Lianpo. Usually you do see the mage towards the mid, but Zhihong will be more comfortable in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so we will jump right into that for a little bit, but first I want to talk about the Haino, right? Haino, his combo, common skill combo is actually his second skill. First skill, basic attack going into the ulti reset, then use the second skill and first skill again. So Scepter of Fate, one of the most painful skills that Haino offers at this point. So we can expect Liv to have a very powerful mid to late game, but as it stands now, once again, we're experiencing the LGD pressure.
Yeah, three heroes in mid. They are looking to invade the jungle, stop any rotations towards the top and the bottom lane. But here mid lane, they're looking for a fight. Dun dropping down very low already. Miosotis might be able to get out of there, but Mankey towards the back line will get the kill. But it will be Lady Sun picking it up. And we've talked about how Lady Sun is such a strong late game item dependent marksman. But if you give her a hot start, she's gonna get to that point even faster, and that will spell disaster for the side of AG.
Yep, at this point she's 4 already. Zai's of course going to match that tempo, but at this point Zhihong going to do a little bit better, right? We talked about that lane shift, and the reason is because this mid lane Zhihong will be able to clear the way faster than the Direnjie, so it's going to help him out a lot more.
Yeah, freeing her time up to scout out the map, open up the map, give information. We did see Lady Sun as well as Zhe trying to do the same to find out where the Dun is. They did spot him out getting the red buff, so they know the bottom lane is where it's most dangerous next. They are already rotated the Leah bottom. Zai is trying to go for the Zhihong trying to go for the kill, and he will get the kill on towards Xing Lin. the burst damage coming from the Shangguan is just so huge, but Dunn might try and punish her. Zhihong can't get out of there, knocked up there by Mio Sotis. One more hit and she will fall. Oh, the shield, the shields! Not enough though. Zhihong will still fall, and they're gonna go for more. The Dunn so strong in the early game. Menki trying to stop it. The damage coming from the Heinon, not able to finish up. One more hit, and he will get it popped out of there. Not enough. He's not gonna get out of there in time, and it's going to be a double kill for Musang King.
Alright, all the culminations of all the small efforts across the first 3 minutes of the game have shown. So they have reaped what they sow. LGD able to burst down the Haino in the mid as well. That's one of the scary things that you're going to experience on the side of All Gamers Global. When your Haino, who's supposed to be able to use the Fate Rewind to the best of his ability, gets bursted down early game.
Yeah, the damage from Menki early game is nothing to be trifled with. And Heino, you know, it's one of those heroes where you want to start off great. You want to get towards your depending on what sort of build he's going for, whether it's the Burning Flames or he's going for a more magic damage, far range caster sort of lineup to be able to provide damage for his team. First Tyrant will go towards the way of LGD, and they are going with they're cookie cutter, fast tempo playstyle. They're really moving 4 heroes across the map very well. And All Gamers Global, they're not too far behind. They can stabilize from this point.
Yeah, but I think at this point, you know, All Gamers Global, they have to be really careful because they're dancing on the knife's edge, right? If you take a look at the animation, the Lady Soon already going for the meter. Oh, here we go, the jump.
Yeah, Zhihong, I mean, with the Shangguan, we talked about how aggressive this second ultimate. Gonna get off in time. Yes, he can! With the Dolia, giving that second win. Heino trying to punish her. Will take the kill on towards Zhihong, but still a great kill. But looks like LGD is not stopping the aggression there. They went towards the mid, on towards the Dunn, and they will get a 3-for-1 trade across the map. That is great movement there for LGD. Not fighting on a single front, but this multi-prong approach really will start to stifle AG's tempo.
And this is the identity, right, of LGD, which is we take trades and we make it work for ourselves. Every single thing we will win out. Sure, we give a kill, but we're gonna take 2 more kills in return. And at this point, 7-3, it's starting to look like LGD will pull away.
Yeah, the top lane almost down, but looks like the Charlotte decided to clear off 1 jungle creep before going back up there, but it will fall very soon because All Gamers Global not putting any sort of importance on towards the top lane. It will fall towards the way of LGD, and they will get the first tower of the game for themselves. Bottom tier 1 tower is very low already as well. So let's see how will AG respond. They're trying to defend their Might Golem buff to just allow Dunn to be a bit more aggressive, do a bit more damage, but they need something else out of it. They need to take a trade and into some objectives across the map.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. They will try.
Zhihong gets a kill on towards Ching Lin. Does he get the second ultimate off? Yes, he does. Stays alive. Double kill for Zhihong. They do lose Xiang, but can they get something else? Can they get more? This Menki is down to half health. They will lose Devil as well. 3 heroes down again for the side of All Gamers Global. You talked about this earlier. They can lose 1 hero, but you can be damn sure they'll be getting the second and third for themselves, and maybe a tower 2 as well. I mean, Zhihong on this Shangguan, we've seen her perform, we've seen her fail, but this game looks like an absolute playground here for Zhihong on that Shangguan.
Yeah, they're gonna break the trend for sure. At this point, the ult being dropped down by Che as they complete the cleanup of all the tier 1s on the side of AG's map, and it seems now it's pretty blue coming out from the side of LGD.
Speaking of blue, they did manage to take away the blue golem buff away from the side of All Gamers Global as well. Zhihong pops the ultimate, trying to go for more. Second one coming out, and the control is perfect there for Zhihong. Not enough to finish off Qinglin though, but enough to scare him away. Oh, you want to take away this hero from his hands, man. Zhihong looks absolutely scary on this Shangguan.
Yep, and if you take a look at the itemization now, Lady Soon is the one they need to keep their eyes on because he already has the Eternity Blade along the Meteor, probably going to the Crimson Reaper as well, which means Zeiss is not going to have a good game at all. He only has a Sparkbox Dagger, and when you're playing against a range that Lady Soon offers, there's nothing much here. Another attempt for a life coming in from LGD.
Yep, second ultimate from Zhihong. He's gonna dive in deep. Nope, decides to back away. That was a bit too deep for his taste. But yeah, like you said earlier, JR, he is getting to that critical mass where there's really nothing that Zeiss can do on that DRMJ. The burst damage is way too much for the DRMJ to deal with.
Yep, I don't think they are tanky enough as well. The Myosotis actually just has the Giant's Grip. No, in fact, it's not even a Giant's Grip yet. It's just the unevolved version of the second tier of the jungling item. And at this point, 11-4, they have eyes on the Overlord.
Yeah, both jungle objectives are open. They're going to go for both at the same time. So they're going to reduce the Primal Bond's debuff effectiveness and allow them to play even faster. But here, while all of that is happening, 3 versus 3 fight on towards the bottom lane. Zihong will get a kill on towards Qinglin. That tank, Lian Po, looks like it's made of paper against the pen, the ink coming from the side of Zihong, and they're gonna go for the tier 3s in 8 minutes. Very aggressive play here. They know they have the numbers advantage, they know they have the farm advantage, and now they're gonna have the tier 3 going down on the bottom side for themselves as well. Oh, the damage from Lady Sun forces the lane to pop the ultimate. Can he survive? No, he cannot. JR picks up the kill, and the rest of the players from AG has to back off.
Yep, you know, if you take a look at the lineup, they are pretty squishy, but at this point, the damage is just insane. LGD, they deal so much damage across, and Zihong goes in again!
Little bit too aggressive there, he does fall, but he sets his team up for success here as Mankey was able to pick up a kill. Qinglin down to his last breath, but they will back off for now, LGD, and get the tier 3, the second tier 3 in very successive fashion. And it looks like they are going to still be on time to finish the game before 12 minutes here.
Yep, keeping the trend, right? You mentioned that it was what, 13 minutes, the longest game that LGD have experienced the group stages. Now we are in the knockout stages, and for game 1, it looks like it might be on track for LGD to complete that sequence as well.
Yeah, I mean, LGD looks like a team that never plays scared. Whether they're ahead, whether they're behind it, you know that they'll always be coming for you. And for a lot of newer teams that's not used to this tempo, not used to this pressure that the opponent can really bring, it can be really suppressive. And you know, AG, they had that jungle invaded time and time again. The Myosotis on the Dun could not really get anything done in the early stages of the game, and it is starting to fall apart here. I mean, 10,000 net worth difference in 10 minutes is not boding well here for the side of all gamers.
Yeah, if you take a look at the itemization, Zihong actually going for the Insatiable Tome with the Breakthrough Robe as well, and he should be going for a Void Staff, so you can expect that he's going to be able to burst down even the tankiest of members. I'm pointing at the Lian Po, and look at this, tier 3 going to be threatened on the top as well.
What tier 3? I mean, the tower is gonna go down. Zihong doing so much damage. Double kill onto his Devil, and the Ze will be able to pick up a kill onto his Myosotis. The tower will go down. It will be a full ace here from the side of LGD as they're going to go straight for the end. They know they've got it. They're gonna finish this before 11 minutes. And what a dominant performance from the Malaysian side.
Well, what can I say? I think for the Malaysian fans, this is to be expected. This is the standard that LGD have set since day 1 of the group stages. Now that we are in the second phase, the knockout stages, plus they're playing for a semi-final spot, I think this needs to be very clinical from LGD.
I mean, that was as clinical as it can be. Zihong absolutely turning up the pressure the entire game. We were just seeing the Shangguan show, and with the Dulia providing that second ultimate, that second win for her to go in and back off while also dealing damage. It's just such a scary combination from the side of LGD. And is this a point, Kin, where AG has to think about banning the Shangguan, a hero that has 25% win rate?
Well, I think it's not about the banning of the Shangguan. I rather think it's the banning of the Dolia, right? It's really that celestial melody that is messing things up for the side of All Gamers Global. But I think more often than not, it's also the way that LGD is able to take that advantage through that early game aggression. I think this is less of the draft, more of the play style. So I think All Gamers Global, they need to kind of rethink how do they want to counteract this aggressive mindset, this aggressive behavior from the side of LGD. It could be a counter invade, it could be just playing a little bit safer in terms of baiting them in under the tower for kills as well. But who knows? It's up for AG to kind of figure that out.
Absolutely, they have to find some way to punish, LGD when they're making these aggressive plays early on. Whether it's committing multiple heroes to try and defend an objective, it could be even on the blue golden buff, it could be on the bottom tier 1 tower that we've seen them ticking very early. So AG has to find some way to be able to stop the aggression, because LGD, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile and then some in this game. 117 on Ze on the Dolia, and Zihong on that Shangguan. Absolute monster of a performance. 9, 3, and 5, and the only deaths that he had was just basically taking a bit too much damage and diving in too deep.
Yeah, exactly. If you take a look at the itemization by this side of LGD, you could pretty much tell they were so far ahead already. At this point, the tankiness by Mankey was one that was very big of concern for the side of All Gamers Global, right? At this point, he already has the Giant's Grip along with the Blazing Cape, Overlord's Plate Mail, and most importantly, the Pure Sky. So he does have some physical attack damage, but more he is complemented by that tankiness, right? When he has the Dream Bubble as well, he will get a shield. And this is something that I think AG didn't expect, because if you take a look at the lineup, right, it takes a bit of time for any of them to really itemize and be in fighting shape, which at this point Zeiss did manage to have a little bit. He did get his main 2 core items, which is going to be the Doomsday as well as the Sparkforge Dagger. But if you take a look at everyone else, it doesn't look like there was enough damage off it.
Yeah, just too far behind. I mean, Devil on the mid, Heino does need some items to start providing the damage he needs, and Heino is not a finisher on the team. He's able to do a lot of damage from a safe range, but when your opponent is going in and out so quickly, you're not going to be as effective as the long drawn out fights that the Heino really likes. And early on in the game, we did see the side of LGD was able to burst him down before he was during his ultimate, so that was already a bad sign for Devil on that Heino.
Yeah, exactly. And props to him though. He still managed to deal 105,000 damage across to the side of LGD. It was just at this point, I think Zeiss was just a little bit too far behind. And this is where the draft really comes into play, right? So the long arms of JR really making life difficult for Zeiss. And the fact that they rotated Zihong down into the farm lane early on since level 1 to kind of abuse the fact that he's able to wave clear much faster than Zeiss really hurt the game for the side of All Gamers Global. So at this point, AG, they have a couple of things that they need to figure out. I think this really returns back into the starting stages of the game, which is the draft, right? How do you draft against LGD? Because you know how they're going to play, regardless of the heroes they have on hand.
Yeah, you know they're going to play aggressive. You know they're going to be in your face at all times. So drafting a late game, a mid-game oriented lineup usually will not bode well for you. But if All Gamers Global is able to find some way to stall the tempo, to slow down the game for themselves, that might be what they're looking for. The Zhangfei would have been perfect for that purpose, but LGD, knowing that will be their weakness, spanning it out in the second phase, definitely set themselves up for a great win. And this game was just the LGD show. Never really behind throughout the entire stage. All objectives taken by them, and the tempo was just way too quick. I mean, they went for both the Shadow Tyrant and the Overlord at the same time just to be able to push out the lanes and to take the fights. That just goes to show, how aggressive LGD is and how fast they want to play.
Yeah, exactly. 41.6 thousand gold going to the pockets of LGD. I mean, they can open their own bank at this point. And if you take a look at the KDA, 47 assists across the board for the entire team. That's a very scary number. And so LGD already has laid the law and, set some expectations against AG. If you want to come at the Kings at this point, you better not miss. And as it stands now, LGD do have a significant advantage. It's 1 game ahead for our Malaysian counterparts up against our Hong Kong challengers at this point.
Yeah, and when you're ahead, if just talking about the psychology of a best of 5, when you're ahead in the first game, you will be feeling more confident and will be playing even more aggressive in the next game, because you know that you have a 1 game advantage, you know that you have something to fall back upon. And if this is LGD playing safe, and of course Zihong, fantastic game on the Shangguan as well, MVP of this game. 114,000 damage dealt, and giving the Shangguan the second win for this tournament so far. It's just scary to think what will happen in the next few games as LGD finds themselves closer and closer to moving on to the top 4.
Yep, at this point, Zhihong showed very extensive understanding about the limits of the Shangguan as well. Here being saved, almost being saved here by the Wave Breaker. I thought for a moment he would survive at this point, but I like the fact that he always likes to push the ante. So if you notice, right, AG, yes, they get the kills, but they will end up out of position. And down here, it was a little bit scary, right? It felt like he could have taken a little bit too much to handle at this point, but that refresh coming in from the roam was so beautiful, and it allowed him to get that double kill as well.
Absolutely, and in this mid lane, huge fight once again there. Popping the first ultimate, was able to back away, and again, you were talking about how LGD will always take the favorable trade. They'll always be getting more than what they've given up, and they lose 3 after only trading 1. And every single fight after that point was just basically the same thing over and over again. LGD may be losing 1 member, maybe losing a lot of health on the others, but they'll always be taking more than they give.
Yep, and you can take a look at the reach, right? So LGD's reach is extremely long, not just JR, the Shangguan as well. So Zhihong was constantly in their faces with the finishing stroke. And of course, the rolling raid by JR was so beautiful. And at this point, I think LGD have figured out the formula for game 1, right? What is the formula for game 2 and maybe game 3? Because, at the start of the day, Zhe was kind of like pointing like, oh, let's go for the 3-0. And I like their confidence. I'm seeing the repercussions of putting up a early scoreline, right? So we'll see if LGD is able to make that a reality.
I mean, LGD is definitely the favorites in this series. They've shown why they are the favorites in the first game, and it's scary to see what they can play with the heroes available in hand. But once they get their hands on towards the latest hero that's been released in the Hero's Gorge, which is the Yao, the Shining Star, like you said, the brother of Jing, is going to be even scarier, because this hero, it shines in the hands of mechanically skilled players.
Oh, for sure. I mean, in the ladder itself, yes, we do have our favorite lovely heroes like Angela and stuff like that, which requires a very simple action of tapping on a button. But when you're playing against a hero such as Yao, he is going to be literally running circles around you because that's part of his kit, right? So Yao, for the more experienced players or for the more mechanically gifted players, I think this is a hero that you'll definitely enjoy if you haven't gotten your hands on this Shining Star yet.
Absolutely. I can't wait for the day we get to see in action, but the only action we'll be getting is game number 2 here, Kin, of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational between LGD and All Gamers Global. LGD taking the first win very convincingly, very quickly. Will it be the same repeat performance in game number 2, or will All Gamers Global find an answer in their books to force us to a tied series?
Well, of course, for the Hong Kong fans, they'll be hoping that All Gamers Global will pull up their stocks, right? Bring a better game for this second game of this best of 5 series. And I think at this point, right, the smiles have been wiped off. They are a little bit more serious. This time, it's LGD who look a little more relaxed.
Yeah, they first game they came in, no smiles, faces so serious. The game, they had their poker faces on, but after that win, they were like, hey, I think we're pretty good in this game. And they might be feeling a bit more confident, shaken some of their nerves off. I mean, if that was a nervous game for them, I can't imagine what they're playing. How would they will play when they're at their 100%. So on the other hand, All Gamers Global, they came out on stage with some smiles. They were having fun. They were enjoying themselves. But right now, they look like sweat is starting to drip off their brows a little bit.
Oh, for sure, right? They can definitely feel the tension because this is called the knockout stage, meaning they will be knocked out if they do not perform well enough. And with that being said, I think, it's fine to be nervous, but it also shows that you need to be focused about what you're doing, right? This is one of the primary assets and behaviors of professional players. The ability to keep calm and composed during games, it really makes the world's difference for the team. So let's take a look at what the draft is going to look like for the second game of the day.
Yeah, it all starts from the draft. In game number 2, we do see the Mai banned out again. I mean, they've just been banning out these aggressive heroes taking them away from the side of LGD. But LGD has such a deep hero pool that it's just impossible to cover in 4 bans. You have to force LGD to pigeonhole themselves in a draft and then counter it with a ban or a pick further on. But that's not very easy to do, just because of their experience they have in this game.
Oh, for sure. So AG gonna pick up the early first, and like you mentioned, right? I think at this point it's less of, hey, what can we ban, right? It's what do we want to face? What kind of problems do we want to have? Because you can't ban them all. And it looks like the problem they will be facing is gonna be similar to game 1, and that's gonna be in the form of Lady Sun, but this time with the help of Zhang Fei, the beast himself. So a lot of life points to get past before you can even touch this Lady Sun.
Yeah, I mean, the beast, the Zhang Fei, is always such a great bouncer. He's always such a great protector of your back lines and can really soak up a lot of damage with his ultimate form. So, I mean, that was a good reason why AG banned out the Zhang Fei earlier, and also one of the reasons why Zhang Fei is one of the more meta supports as well. You can play it aggressive with a aggressive jungler like the Jing. We're gonna see double smite on both Zhang Fei and Jing to invade the enemy jungle early, and we see it played safe as well, paired up with heroes like the Lady Sun, paired up with marksmen like the Huang Zhong to protect him, to make sure that the damage is going to be consistent from the hero, making sure that the marksman doesn't have to run away too far because they've got constant shields and they've got someone beefy in front of them.
Right, I really like the point that you brought up, and I think this is something we need to mention to all the new players as well. There is something called double smite, right? It's not something that I get reported for, but nonetheless, on a more serious note, I like the fact that you mentioned a Huang Zhong, right? We have not seen a Huang Zhong yet in the entire competition just yet, and I think Huang Zhong does offer some benefits at this point, but is that going to be picked? Because as it stands now, the Mort has been taken out, and depending on the final ban, LGD going to take out the Sun Bin. Actually, I think that makes sense, right? If you don't have the time lapse, I think the Huang Zhong makes sense as well. And more importantly, no time flux.
Yep, absolutely. The silence is very annoying for heroes that rely on being able to constantly juke away from their opponents. Heroes like the Lady Sun and Jing really want to be uninterrupted when they are trying to dance and just slide across the battlefield. So Sun Bin, we've seen it banned in the previous game as well, not wanting the silence to come out on towards the Shangguan as well as the Lady Sun. This game they're going to put focus on it as well and pick up a very strong clash laner for themselves. Byron will be picked up, and there's not many heroes left in the clash lane that can really go mano a mano against the Byron. Maybe the likes of the Mayin. Oh, it's banned out there on the side of AG, so no Mayin for them. Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna say this because I think it makes a lot of sense. I would like to see the Donghuang in the clash lane as well. Donghuang is one of the few heroes that can go toe-to-toe with Byron. It messes up his shield as well. And with the likes of the Zhang Fei and the Lady Sun, the moment you get past the frontliners of Byron and Zhang Fei, you actually have access to Jing and Lady Sun. So a flash Donghuang would make sense, but of course I'm not a professional, so AG gonna take up the Dharma instead, along with the Cai Yan.
Yep, the Dharma is okay against the Byron in the lane, not the best, but he can stand his ground. It's going to be more of a skill-based fight compared to what other laners could really do against the Byron. So not the worst laning matchup. Definitely we can see the lane go either way in the top. But I like the idea around the Donghuang being able to lock down the Jing or the Lady Sun for 3 seconds. Usually enough time already to burst them down, because both of these heroes heavily rely on their movement and mobility to survive, not on their HP pools.
Oh, you're making me gush, man. You make me feel like I'm so good. But in any case, at this point, it's going to be the Gunner and more. Oh my goodness, one of my favorite mid laners as well. With the couple blades, with the freshly forged, it's we can expect some explosive deaths in the second game between LGD against AG.
The tie-in to finish to close things out for the side of AG. Providing them a lot of heals, but now I'm starting to worry. Is there enough damage on the side of All Gamers Global? They have the Lady Zen to provide the damage. Arlie's, of course, a very strong early game marksman and also strong late game as well. But if they fall behind, they might find themselves lacking in the damage department, because Dun is not going to provide you too much in terms of the damage department. Dharma does okay against a single target, but their main bulk of their AoE team fight is going to be relying on Lady Z, and I wonder if that's enough for game number 2.
Yeah, actually, that's a pretty scary notion to think about. Yes, you get the cues, right? So you have the him coming in from this tie-in, but at this point, is it enough? Because Zihong just went for the straight counter pick, which is going to be the gun and more. So, so what if you can heal bit by bit? I'm going to burst you down instantaneously.
Scary hero is that Ganemo. Be able to get you from 100 to 0 with just 3 skills, something that they have to watch out for. Of course, this is the global version of the Ganemo. He doesn't have the flexibility of adjusting his skill build with the item purchase, with the crystal purchase that we do see in the Chinese server. So playstyle is a little bit more one-dimensional, but he still packs a punch.
Well, I am pretty used to the current version as well. It's actually one of my favorite heroes, and I'm gonna share with you in a little bit what it takes to play the gun and more. And this is the basic combo. It's gonna be first skill, second skill, third skill, ulti, go back in your third skill into the second skill. That's the basic burst, right? The first skill puts you in a perfect position to land your second and third skills as they're running away. And likewise, the ultimate will refresh your second and third skill respectively. So honestly, you don't even need to do that. If you're going up against a farm lane hero, it's just
3 skills and he's dead.
It's just skill 3, freshly forged, skill 3, he's dead.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes in my ranked games when the Gun and More has a good start, when he has a hot start and is able to just burst down your opponent. And Arlie is one of those heroes that if he's not if his finger is not like, he's not a trigger happy player, and he likes to slow things down a little bit, he might just get surprise attack from a bush, from the shadows, and will just fall about. Lady Zen doing a lot of damage towards Zihong in the mid, but the TP will come in there from Jing, trying to dissuade any more aggression from the Lady Zen and keep Zihong alive for the moment. But still a very decent early game from AG. They're not too far behind. They've been able to put pressure across the map, and Zihong down to just 1/3 of his health. The rotations coming from Dun almost picking him off.
Yeah, actually curious how this matchup is actually going positively for Liv at this point. He's doing well against the Ganemo, something that I definitely did not personally expect at this point. But nonetheless, AG, they need a miracle, and any miracle that's going to happen now will be taken.
Yeah, they're looking for any opportunity they can find to start off the game strong. They've been able to at least dissuade LGD from playing aggressive. They picked up this double smite to try and invade the jungle, but so far AG has been able to respond very well. They've been able to put pressure across the map. They've been able to force LGD to play a bit more defensively, and that goes to show how much that first game in this series has been able to give information to the side of AG, and their early game is just so much better in game number 2.
Yep, not sure if they know about the rotation coming down. Taya and Tingling might be in for a hard surprise here. Will not be shouted out and sliced apart by the couple blades.
Yep, and they're trying to really force the issue here in the bottom lane. 4 heroes down there, but they realize that it's a tough place to be in. You've got the Arlie, who has all the mobility in the world, and you've got the Taiyan to be able to keep her up alive and be able to maintain the bottom side, the bottom creeps. So it's not gonna be not gonna get too much out of it. But looks like they will just live with getting the first Tyrant, and Musang King will be the one to pick up the last hit. Zhang Fei pops the ultimate, trying to block off the Taiyan, but nice movement from him, and he's able to just walk it off. So far so good for AG. They're keeping up with the aggression from LGD, and things do not look as one-sided as it was in the game number 1.
Yeah, but they're still trailing by a bit, right? Losing a Tyrant actually is a pretty big deal in the first 4 minutes, because with the Chain Lightning, it means the wave clears will be faster, and this will allow faster rotations for the side of LGD, and that might be something that LGD will capitalize off at this point. Miles Solis, we haven't talked about him much this entire game. How do you think he's doing so far?
He's definitely doing better than he did in game number 1. His done was basically non-existent there, but here he's been able to keep up in farm with the Jing. And he's been doing things across the map, really forcing the issue, but looks like Zeiss might be in some trouble. The heals coming from Zion, keeping him alive. Lady Zen with the ultimate, sets it up for a kill on towards Xiang. So first blood going towards the way of All Gamers Global, and they're trying to get that tower, but looks like no, they are not going to overcommit for that. AG striking first in terms of the kills, but they do lose the bottom tier 1 tower before getting any sort of objective of their own.
Yep, so minor wins still nonetheless. LGD playing towards their typical style of getting the trades. Nonetheless, they will take a T1 at the bot for giving away that first blood. And as it stands now, I think the growth of the items has been pretty sufficient for the side of AG, but it might not be enough.
Oh, Jing pops the mirror domain, gets a kill on towards Zaze, and Devil will fall as well. 2 heroes down from the side of AG, and LGD, they strike back. They get 2 quick kills in succession, and they might try and force the issue. They might try to strength test themselves in the mid-tier 1 tower. 3 heroes already there. We do see Musang King moving towards the jungle, waiting for the blue buff to respawn, and he's gonna get it before trying to take the next fight.
Yep, and interestingly, Musang King actually, I think he should be done with, has been pretty much farming quite a bit this entire game. And as it stands now, it's close to a 2,000 gold lead, and all of a sudden, right, 2 kills and 2 tier 1s gone from the top and the bot.
Yeah, I mean this is LGD in a nutshell, right? They always take a favorable trade somewhere, even if they lost the first blood, but they got a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, and they managed to reduce the impact that whatever moves that AG is able to make and get something better for themselves. And the moment you give them an advantageous fight, that's where they really start to put up the pressure to start snowballing. And the net worth lead went from 0 to 3,000 in a span of 2 minutes, and LGD is not giving up. They're not slowing down as it seems.
And this game is not going to get any easier, because this is the point where Ganemore is going to be extremely potent. With the assassination style, we're looking at the ultimates as well.
Well, huge ultimate there for Zhang Fei, setting up a kill on towards Zaze. He could not get out of there. Mirror domain from the Jing, really putting up the pressure. The Dun trying to get away from that. Oh, last hit on towards the side of Xiang, but he's able to pop his ultimate in time. Shield up, TP back to base, and he's A-OK. 1 kill again on towards the Arlie for the side of AG. That's your marksman. That's the hero you want to not die this early on, because you need the damage output that Arlie is able to bring out in this game. But so far, he's just been picked off left, right, and center.
Yep, and you can see already 1/3 of the way for the side of Musang King for the Master Sword. Meantime, we will take a look at Zeiss, right? Zeiss already has a Doomsday building towards the Crimson Reaper as well, but it's not enough damage, because as it stands now, the only other damage source is going to come from the Mask of Agony being built by Liv at this point. And the big question is it enough?
Oh, good pick off there from Snow. Able to pick off Zhong, making sure that he's locked in the corner, not able to back away from his with his mobility, and pick him off. So good pick off here from AG. Can they turn this into a tower? Can they turn this into a tyrant? Looks like LGD is going to dissuade them from that, trying to set up an ambush here in the bottom lane and at least delay the attempt. So very well done there by LGD to stop AG from getting anything else.
Yep, at this point they need to put a cap on the growth on the side of LGD, because if it stands, as it stands now, right, there's too many people to protect on the side of AG. Yes, you need to protect Zeiss, you need to protect Liv as well, but what happens when Tingling needs to be protected as well? That's the big problem.
Yep, I mean, you never want your Tyann to fall early. She gets more value the longer she stays on the battlefield. Mirror domain pop to try and get the blue buff. It will go towards the way of LGD Musang King. But meanwhile, bottom lane, Xiang doing such a good job pushing out the bottom lane. They do lose Musang King, but looks like they're trying to go for a little bit more. No, Xiang will take the bottom tier 3 though. And I think if you're LGD, you're more than happy with this trade, because like you said, since the first game, anytime LGD lose something, they will get something in return. And that bottom tier 3 was definitely worth the death of Musang King in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a page out of their book at this point, because if my rank games don't go like that, every trade is a horrible one. And as it stands now, I mean, LGD, they are perfectly comfortable to play very safe, very reserved, because the next big objective is going to be coming out in the next 5 seconds or so. Now it's going to be a conscious choice between the Tyrant and the Overlord as well. And this is going to be the Shadow version, so it's going to be hard.
Oh, Lady Zen pops the ultimate on towards Xiang. Xiang down to half health. He's okay though. The shield from Zeb will protect him and make sure that he's able to stand and fight another day. But right now, with the lane pressure on the bottom lane, it means that LGD can fight on 2 fronts. They can pressure on towards this Tyrant while also letting the creeps push down towards the bottom lane, which means that AG will never have a full 5-man lineup to try and defend this area. They need to push out the bottom lane as quickly as possible and also rotate the members back. Zihong in towards the front lines, trying to dissuade them from getting close. Tyrant down to half health already. Can they get a steal? Can they get a crucial kill theft on towards this Tyrant? It's down to half health. Dharma backline picks up the Zihong. Huge start, good start here from the side of AG, but Snow down to half health. He's in danger. He will fall. JR will pick up the kill, but Arlie, they smell blood. They're looking for more. They pick up Xiang as well. 2-for-1 trade-off. Finally, AG gets something out of a terrible start, and they will get the Tyrant. This is a good position for AG. This might be the start of something here, kid.
Yeah, finally they make a positive trade for themselves. They will be trading out the Overlord for the Tyrant at this point, as Lift is going to take care of the bottom wave as well. So there's some signs of recovery, right? But at this point, you take the small wins, it's not enough just yet. They're still trailing by about 3,000 gold at this point. 5-4, it's not necessarily a very high kill game, but 0, I think we might be on the cusp of something here.
Yeah, I definitely sense a breath of fresh air for the side of AG. They managed to take the mid-tier 1 tower as well, which means that the jungle is open to be invaded. They do get the blue buff on towards the side of Zeiss. And sure, the bottom lane is looking not so hot here for the side of AG. But hey, this is a position that they would more than happy to play in after that terrible start. And we might see a much closer team fight happening very soon in this mid.
Oh, for sure. If you take a look at the itemization by the RLE here, Zeiss already has the Eternity Blade. Somehow suddenly pops up with the Eternity Blade. Crimson Reaper and the Cloud Piercer as well will be going for the Daybreaker for the additional pierce. And at this point, if he plays his cards right with the Maple Dance, he could mute JR and it could be a huge turnaround in the team fight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the burst damage coming from Arlie is slightly more sustainable compared to the Lady Sun. Lady Sun kind of needs some downtime between her bursts, but Arlie with the auto attacks is just too much damage to really deal with if you're not able to constantly on the same mirror target. But here, top lane being pushed out by the Shadow Vanguard, and they will lose the top tier 2 tower and the mid tier 1 tower as well. LGD not letting go of the pressure, not slowing down even after they took a bad fight. They still smell blood in the air and they're trying to get a pick off before they go for the next objective.
Yeah, but I think we have to keep our eyes on Snow, right? I think Snow has been making such fabulous plays. More importantly, he's actually catching out Zihong, right? And I think taking out Zihong takes a lot of the burst potential, a lot of the fear factor that comes in when you're going up against LGD.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you remove the highest burst hero on your opponent's side before this fight even starts. I mean, Snow would be more than happy to trade his life for that every single team fight, because he knows that as soon as he's done his job, he's more than okay to let his team finish off the rest. Because really, like Dharma, after Flash Ultimate, you're more than happy to just let him soak some damage and just die off. And as long as you're getting a favorable trade, that's always going to be beneficial for you.
Yep, and the one thing I really like about the gameplay that AG is offering at this point is they render quite useless at this point, because they just skip him altogether, right? Yeah. Let's not fight the beast. Let's just skip that boss and move ahead to the next level.
Yeah, just in a tough spot. Do I stick to JR all the way, or do I want to jump backwards and protect maybe Zihong or maybe JR, whoever's in the backlines to make sure that they survive? And the moment he jumps back, suddenly his front line isn't looking that hot, because once you don't have that shield on towards the front, I mean, Byron, as tanky as he is starting to fall off in terms of the survivability, as that hero does after the laning stage. So Ze is going to be forced to be making some tough decisions. Xiang cannot play too aggressive as well. LGD might need to make some sort of bait play to bait players to jump towards the back and then defend their front, but it's not going to be as easy. It's not going to be as simple as how it happened in game number 1.
Yep, they can't exactly group up because that is a perfect scenario for the Destructive Deluge as well. Right now, we're going to have eyes on LGD attempting this Shadow Tyrant. It's falling low, half its health, 20,000 health left.
Yep, and AG did not let it reset. They're trying to get this. Oh, Snow! Get AQ onto a Xiang, but it will be the Tyrant going towards the way of the Musang King. But right now, they're trying to sound a retreat there. 4 versus 5 fight, even with the buff at this point of the game, is not something you want to fight up against, even if you have the numbers advantage. So here, Zeiss will start off the Vanguard. That's going to give them additional lane pressure to try and even out the side lanes. And if they are able to get this, Mirror Blaze gets the steal! Musang King gets the crucial kill theft, and that completely takes the win away from the sails of AG, and potentially might be sounding the end of this game. I mean, it's too early to call. AG has managed to force LGD to play the longest game of their tournament so far, which is a achievement of its own. But you know, that clutch play from Musang King might be sounding the end of game number 2.
Yeah, it's a big feat to take the #1 team, touted as the #1 team in the whole tournament for 15-16 minutes at this point, but they can't do much anymore. So
Myosotis will fall. Too much damage from JR there. But they do get a trade on towards Musang King, so 1-for-1 trade, not the worst deal in the world. Jungle for jungle. If you're behind, you take any trade for if you can. Zhong playing on a nice edge here, already down to half health, trying to poke and prod a little bit as well. But looks like that will be the end of the aggression from LGD. They are going to go back to the jungle, wait for the next round of jungle buffs for Musang King to get. But let's take a look at this pick-off once again. Snow going back, going for the kill onto Xiang. Xiang can't really sustain the damage from both the Dharma as well as the Arlie, and he did fall before the fight even happened.
Yep, so we see a pretty clear win condition, right? As long as you get Zeiss safely, he should be able to deal a lot of damage. They will be able to win the team fights. And like you mentioned earlier in the game, the team fight potential from AG is scary as well. It's really just about positioning. And if they manage to get out Zihong or maybe even JR in the early stage of the fight, it could be the win condition that they've been searching for the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. AG has so far been managed to play the mid game very well. Not really letting LGD do whatever they want. Has been able to get a couple of crucial stops. Have been able to just slow down the exponential net worth increase that we do see LGD get time and time again. But here, tier 3 tower top lane, one hit by JR and it will fall. Can AG get something out of this? The Zhang Fei able to survive just in time, and they will get something for nothing here. LGD still ahead by 3,000, but net worth at this point in time, this 3,000 net worth is basically zero because Kin we're entering to the late game stages.
Yep, and 2 more minutes before the Tempest comes in. They get the lockdown on Musang King as well, but he will be making it out. But here comes the cavalry on the side of LGD. They're looking for the next spike to end the game.
Yeah, Snow, not too much commitment from him though. He only did use the flash, so he's still okay to take the next fight if it comes anytime soon here. Myosotis a little bit too deep, I think. The damage might be too much, but done very tanky with the tie-in, able to heal him up to full after that as well. He's done his job. He's done his early game aggression, stopping the tempo from LGD, and now he's just the tank in the front lines to set up his team for vision and information.
Yeah, but I like the confidence by LGD, right? In moments like this, you would want to be concerned about the primal bond, but at this point, LGD really don't care too much.
Yeah, it's starting to get to the point where the Overlord is more important than the Tyrant, except of course the Tempest Dragon, the probably the most important one. Zhong, the dangerous position to be in, but Myosotis, being the jungler, has no flash and cannot close out the distance here. But Zeiss is already reaching critical mass. Daybreaker already completed. He's going to be going for the Sage's Sanctuary very soon, I assume. But this Vanguard going down very quickly. Can they rotate there in time? No, they cannot. Musang King with the damage, way too much for them to deal with. And this will be an assisted push with the Overlord Vanguards towards the mid lane.
Yep, LGD have taken all of the different requirements to make the game as difficult as it can be for the side of All Gamers Global. Now we're 20 seconds away before the final nail in the coffin here. Once they take this Tempest Dragon, it is just an inevitable result where LGD should be able to close the game down here.
Yeah, AG is forced to defend 2 lanes as well as the mid, and also try to contest the Tempest Dragon. That is a rough situation to be in, and sure, they've managed to get to this late game stage very well with their counter plays and fights, but this might be, like you said, the nail in the coffin here for the Hong Kong side. Down 2-0, not many teams have been able to come back from this position in the best of 5. In fact, none of the teams in the in this knockout stage has been able to come back after a 2-0 deficit. But AG looking like it's a potential situation for them as long as they take the next 2 upcoming fights smoothly.
Yep, and it's a very painful play, right, from the side of LGD, because they actually held on for as long as they can for the Shadow Vanguard as well, and at this point, I don't think they have eyes on Musang King just yet. They don't exactly know where he is.
Yeah, on the flip side as well though, LG doesn't know where the Dharma is, and the Dharma has been such a crucial reason that AG has been able to take favorable fights in this late game stage. Now, they have no vision of the Dharma, they only see the Dun giving a lot of information, but Musang King will burst down the Tempest Dragon way too fast. The base going down too fast, it's just gonna be a mistake! One more hit from the Overlord, the Vanguard, and it will fall. The macro play towards the end. LGD, they breathe a sigh of relief because they realized that they didn't have to do anything to finish off the game. Mistakes were made from AG, but LGD will take that win regardless.
Yeah, one of the more convincing wins, right? And I think for LGD, the way they won this speaks volumes. It is not even about, hey, we won through a very heavy team fight. It's really just making full use of the resources across the game to make life extremely difficult for the side of AG. So AG, I think they tried, right? But at this point, LGD is just overpowering. They're so oppressive. And based on stats, right? Just based on stats, this is not my opinion, right? Based on the stats, looks like LGD should be able to get a 3-0. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about the game first. Zero, your thoughts?
I mean, I think this was a fantastic showing there for AG. Not many teams can really withstand the pressure that LGD brings in the early stages of the game. But not only did they manage to just essentially stop the tempo from LGD to try and end the game fast, but they managed to hold on towards the late game and push LGD to a time where they've never even met in this entire tournament so far. 20-minute game. LGD never even seen the Tempest Dragon spawn so far, but AG, I think it was a fantastic showing for them. They've definitely been able to learn from their loss in game number 1, and even though right now it is a 2-0 lead for LGD, I mean, I think AG might have enough information to make game 3 very interesting for LGD.
Oh, for sure. You know, the one person I'm really interested to see is actually on the side of Snow, because Snow did so well against the lineup of LGD. He was one of the saving graces for the side of AG that's managed to pull them all the way to the Tempest Dragon timing, right? So with the Sky Dome, Curaçao Savagery, Starbreaker, Exo Torment, and with the Frost Sky Embrace as well, he manages to burst down Zihong and Xiang a couple of times. JR's positioning, as we all know, has been spectacular, very clean 2-0-1, and at this point, the itemization, I just want to highlight that Venomous Staff, making a lot of sense for both these teams, right? So we have the Venomous Staff coming out from Tingling here. Main point is to just lower the shield values on the side of LGD. Of course, with that being said, the shield values from LGD is decent, but the damage is even more insane. And if you take a look at the itemization by Zihong, full damage build, I don't think anyone would have been able to stand up against her.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Dharma being able to pick him off again and again at the start of the fight, we might see Zihong breaking the 100,000 damage dealt mark, but he was essentially stunted there by Snow, always been able to pick him off in towards the back lines, give themselves a good position to take any sort of team fight towards the mid and late game stage. And, you know, unfortunately for AG, towards the end, they sort of fumbled a little bit, trying to defend too many things at once. I mean, that was the situation that LGD put them in, so you can't take that away from LGD as well. They played the map in the late game very well, and they still got the win in the end.
Yeah, so if you take a look at the damage taken, right, from Myosotis, I think it tells a very perfect story of the draft being the issue here for the side of AG. I think execution-wise, we've already seen people like Snow show that, hey, there is benefit, there is merit towards the Dharma pick in the first place. But at the end of the day, they could not get the situation and positioning right in such a way that, you know, really alleviated the stress coming in from LGD and putting Lift in a much better position to compromise for the kills as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the goal graph for this game. It's gonna be a not a very snowbally game. If you look at the net worth, it's never gone past the 5,000 mark, and at every point of the game, AG always look like they are able to take a fight despite having that net worth disadvantage. And LGD, they're used to snowballing early and then just exponentially winning the game in terms of net worth. But this game, I think AG definitely stunted their growth a lot. To be able to keep the game as close as it is, and that bodes well for the next upcoming game, because AG right now they're fighting for their tournament life. One more loss and they're out of the Season 2 Invitational.
Yep, so one of the things we need to talk about is the MVP of the game as well. Let's take a look. Who is the most valuable player? It is going to be Musan King with the Ting as well. 49,000 damage dealt, as well as the corresponding 45,000 damage taken. Now, very good job on Musan King. I think, yes, he did die a couple of times, but that was all to buy positioning for the team. He was always the sacrificial lamb for the perfect trade. So be it the death in one lane so they could take the turrets, take it in such a way that they won the objectives as well. Doesn't matter. LGD just outplayed every single instance on the side of All Gamers Global. So I thought, you know, the start of the game was really good coming from AG. But slowly but surely, once Musan King hit that itemization with the Exo Torment, I think that was where it started to crumble.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it was a fantastic start there for LGD, getting towards that 3,000 net worth very quickly. But AG, to their merit, was able to slow things down with a couple of crucial pickoffs like this. Snow on towards the Dharma, they pick off Musan King over here. And then that's when things started to get a little bit out of hand here for LGD. They weren't really able to push the timing, push the tempo, as they took a couple of bad fights. Snow with another good pickoff onto Xiang here before the bottom fight. And it was if it wasn't for Musan King, the MVP, with stealing this exact moment, if it wasn't for Musan King, I think we might be seeing a completely different outcome of the game. But crucial steal on towards that Shadow Overlord, and they were able to finish the game off with that tempo stopper on their side.
Yeah, and if you take a look at it, like the positioning on the side of the team, it was just much better, right? Crystal clear on the side of LGD about what to do, what are the win conditions, and they ticked every single checkbox for the side of their team to make sure the win came in as easily as possible. And I would say this is the strongest display of dominance, right? The fact that you win a game without even appearing in the base. So that is the typical LGD that we are going to be expecting coming out from our Malaysian counterparts here. As we head into the third game, Zero, your thoughts? Can AG take one game off of this series?
I mean, AG has been improving throughout the series. Game 1, it was classic LGD with their stomp. Game 2, you do see AG being able to find chinks in their armor, being able to slow them down and be able to take the fight to the late game. Now, if AG was able to have a better draft, I would say, or even if they were able to take one good team fight towards the end of the game, that might have been a completely different outcome overall. But I think this might be the chance that AG might find a way to break the armor of LGD.
All right, now there's a lot of things we need to consider, but the first thing we need to consider is that we would like you to help us with the voting as well. We are going to try to be the mobile esports game of the year for Honor of Kings. So all you need to do is to help us out. Go to esportsawards.com, drop that vote for us, and we hope that we will be able to top the chart as well, as strongly as LGD has been doing thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, the Honor of Kings competitive circuit globally has just been released just this year, and it would give a lot of confidence and would mean all the players and all the staff, all the support staff for all the teams if we're able to get the Mobile Esports Game of the Year award. And of course, to to give all you guys something back as well. If you subscribe to all our social media, be it YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, be in a Discord group, a Discord channel, or even on Instagram, if you follow and share all of our social media platforms, you stand a chance to win Infinix gaming gadgets and also permanent skins, rewards, good gaming phones, watches, so many that you can pick off as long as you be a part of our social media.
All right, so journey into the Heroes Gorge and journey into Honor of Kings with us as well. Right now, we're going to bring you on a slightly familiar journey. This is going to be the likes of LGD Gaming from Malaysia going up against our Hong Kong counterparts, All Gamers Global, as what seems to be the possible last game of the series as LGD looks to end the game with a bang.
Yeah, with a bang indeed. They've been pushed to the longest game they've had in game number 2. So right now they look like they want to clean up their act a little bit here and try and end the third game as cleanly as possible. It's not a tall feat because AG has been proving that they are a formidable opponent in this knockout stage. But hey, LGD playing in front of their home crowd, they have the support, they have the energy of the crowd in Sunway Velocity Mall behind them and on their shoulders as well. So it's up to AG to try and quieten down the crowd a little bit.
Oh, for sure. So at this point, I think we have already established, right, where the potential win condition comes from, and that's going to come in the form of the draft. So AG, I think they need to do a little better than the first 2 games. We have seen improvement already. Now we need them to fully level up.
Absolutely. It's going to come down to the draft once again. Game number 1 was a very one-sided affair. Game number 2, AG looked like they had something to say about that, but LGD still took the win regardless. So game number 3, will it be once again a repeat performance for LGD, or will AG finally break through and get a win for themselves on the book here? Mai and Heino banned out from the side of AG, and LGD take out the Dun and the Da Qiao.
Da Qiao, as we all know, one of the familiar bands across the entire series, and I think LGD recognized what the initial problem was, right? I think Myosotis, regardless of how the game went for him, he did soak up plenty of damage. So this is a good ban, I feel. And at this point, AG really deals with the problem. I know definitely something they don't want to fight against, and with the reset for the Fate Rewind and whatnot, and they do get their hands on the RLE, so this is a pretty decent start.
You have to get their hands on the RLE. They lose the Lady Zendo to the side of LGD, and they managed to pick up the Zhang Fei as well. So a lot of team fight here for LGD with their first 2 picks. AG does get their hands on the probably the highest tiered marksman on the RLE, and they pick up the Mayin, which has been banned in the first 2 games of this series. So AG finally gets their hands on it.
Interestingly, I think they picked the Princess Frost. If I'm not wrong, Princess Frost's percentages for winning hasn't been the best. If really. Best is even a word to consider when we have seen Princess Frost appear on the Heroes Gorge during the group stages as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in Season 1, Princess Frost was the hero to pick in the mid lane. While in Season 2, it's been shifted towards the poor man's Princess Frost, as we did say in Season 1. Now Lady Zen is has become meta, and Princess Frost has fallen behind ever so slightly. So it's interesting to see both of them in the battlefield at the same time, because we talked about how similar their kits are, what similar roles and utilities that both these mages is able to provide to their team. So we get to see the best of both worlds here with the Princess Frost on the AG and the Lady Zen on the side of LGD. Now, which one will have a better outcome for these teams?
Well, I think at this point, what could have made the draft a little bit better has already been taken out by the side of LGD. The Dolia ban and the Moatsu ban are extremely potent, because Dolia with the Celestial Melody, right, will be able to reset the outies of Princess Frost, meaning a double winter is here. That's going to be quite painful. At the same time, the Moatsu actually complements Princess Frost as well, really well, because with the Cannon Blast, the stuns, it makes things easier to land that Frigid Prison as well. So clever bans by the side of LGD to kind of stifle
the potential of the draft from AG.
Yep, absolutely. It's definitely going to come down to just a couple of plays. Without the Moses here, they do have the Sun Bin though, which we talked about how oppressive he can be in the fights with the silence that can stop the Lady Sun from making an escape. And LGD going back for the Menki in game number 3 here. They do have the Sun Ce and Menki, so we might be seeing a very aggressive, which has been how LGD has been playing, right? Very aggressive, very in the face. Sun Ce absolutely perfect for that role. Menki as well has been played in a very aggressive fashion, and double smite should be what LGD is going to bring to the table once again in this game.
Oh, for sure. It's really like a lawnmower mindset, right? Where they're just gonna all over you at this point. And so we head into the potential last game of the series here. AG versus LGD Gaming from Malaysia. Let's see how this is going to turn out.
Yeah, absolutely. The potential last game here for all gamers global in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. Can they extend their journey here? Can they force LG to a game number 5 or even a game number 4? Or will LGD make it a pattern in the Rock Knockout stages to finish off with a 3-0 sweep? Let's wait and see. I mean, LGD, they've got everything they need. They've got everything they want to finish this game fast and early. But if AG has anything to say about it, is that they have been learning as the series progresses, and this is one of the best opportunities to force us to a game number 4.
Yeah, this really is like a final year exam, because if they don't do this, they fail, and essentially they get expelled out of school, right? So at this point, AG, they need to figure out how do they now pressure the jungle on the side of LGD, and even if they don't, can they take an early lead in the number of turrets? And right off the bat, LGD already stealing the first camp of the game.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing as they did in game number 1. Put the mage in the bottom lane, put the marksman in the mid so that they can clear the way fast, and then help out in the jungle invades. That's been working out so far for the side of LGD. They didn't do it in the previous game because the Dun was just so hard to fight in the first few minutes of the game. But against the Kaiser, it is much easier to do so.
Yeah, but this is also why Arlie is banned out most of the time, right? Arlie's kit allows you to really dive in a little bit deeper than you normally can with the traditional farm lane and get a bit of damage, right? So Zihong actually didn't really have the best time going up 1v1 against Zeiss.
Yep, top lane rotations are coming in from Menki, but Devil there rotating up towards the top lane. Perfect rotation from him, stopping any further aggression from the Menki as well as the Sun Ce. That means the Snow is able to survive and continue defending the tower. But Princess Snow, the hero that we've been trying to talk about as the poor man's Lady Zen in Season 2, hasn't been really seeing her much, but her CC is just so much better in the late game, personally. Just because that, you can dispel the slows, but you can't dispel the roots coming from Princess Frost there. 1-2 and out, slow them down first before setting up the Frigid Prison, and then the ultimate is always such an oppressive skill. Much bigger area compared to the Lady Zen.
Yep, this is the beginner's combo. Oh, here we go. They're going to chase in. Not going to be able to get the kill just yet, as Snow gives them a little bit of a taste of their medicine, right? Like I said, I think Princess Frost, yeah, that combination is great. That's a very basic one. So 1-2 into the ultimate. I like that too, but I prefer the 2 ultimate and a 1. Normally hang on.
Oh, the Kaiser going for a kill on Zihong. Great pickup there for the side of AG, and Xiang in trouble as well. Princess Frost dropping the ultimate where Winter is coming. Winter was there, but looks like he was able to survive just in time. So one early pick off there from the side of AG. They get the first blood, but they're being pressured on both sides. Bottom lane is being pushed out towards the tower. Musang King already in the Might Golem for the side of AG already, and the silence from Sun Bin trying to delay the steal, but they managed to get it anyways.
Well, I'm just gonna challenge your idea of the poor man's Lady Zen, right? I think Princess Frost is pretty good at this point, right? And based on what's happening from the side of AG, I think this Princess Frost is doing a decent job at delaying the game for the side of AG.
Absolutely. The ultimate is much easier to land the roots as well. And my personal favorite combo is actually out 1 and then 2. Just the out being able to set up the slow easier, and then you can get him in the freeze later on. But, personal preference, many ways work as long as you land the root on the second skill, right?
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, we are looking at the first mega objective here. This is going to be a Tyrant.
Yeah, Princess Frost drops the ultimate, time dropping very low, but Myosodis will be done. Pick up last is Sun Tzu towards the back line, but he will not follow up with that. The Kaiser dropping down very low. Snow going for a kill, and Xiang will die. Zace will be done. Pick up the last hit, and Zeiss wanted to go a little bit deeper, but his teammates said, alright, we're done here. We got the kill, we got the Tyrant, and we're gonna back off. So great fight there by AG, able to get the Tyrant, get a kill, and then go back to farming mode.
Yep, and for the first time, as Xingling probably gonna take a fall here, we do see AG making life a little bit more difficult to LGD. Is this a game that they can actually do it?
This early game is as good as it gets here for AG. The tempo from LGD has been essentially stunted, and Menki is one of those heroes in the jungle that falls off towards the late game, but Myosodis on the Kaiser, he does not fall off in the late game. He's still that tanky bruiser, very sticky in the front lines, and he can soak up so much damage towards the late game stages as well, while also providing that additional damage to his team. Snow trying to slow down Musang King here, but bad position. He has the red buff, which means that every attack he's going to be able to slow you down and do a bit of damage towards you as well. So top tier 1 tower falling towards the side of Xiang. But AG, this is still a good position for them to fight if they want to. Around their tower, they're stalling them, not letting them get close towards the tower. But LGD has other plans in mind. They're going for the Overlord.
Yeah, showing them exactly what they did in game number 2 there. So tunnel vision for the side of AG as they look to protect their mid. But in doing so, they let go of the bot T1 as well as the Overlord. So this is not the ideal situation for AG.
Yeah, and here, Zhang Fei ultimate perfectly set up. Kaiser is gonna get separated from the rest of his team. The damage coming from JR starting to rack up, but Lady Zen's ultimate will stop them from progressing forward any further as well. So Myosodis is able to survive with his life, but Xiang will still fall in the end. So AG still have been able to get something out of every one of these fights. The only thing they're not getting out of it is any sort of objective across the map.
Yeah, but AG is still surprising every single person here in the crowd as well as LGD. So, normally we'll expect Xiang, once he sets sail, he's going to be able to get a kill or two. But this time, he's the one that gets taken out. And nonetheless, it looks like the T1 is going to be threatened shortly by the side of AG. Going to be dealt with by LGD at the same time.
Yeah, good movements from both AG and LGD. AG really putting pressure on towards the top lane, but LGD with the rotations. Oh, Sun Tzu, where are you going? Is he trying to find a pick off towards the back line? He was trying to go towards the bottom lane rather quicker, it seems, as they were not able to stop them from taking the red buff. Kaiser pops the ultimate. Sun been silenced a bit too early in my book. Kaiser pops the invincible warrior, tanks up a lot of damage towards the front line, but they don't have to follow up. Lady Zen drops the her ultimate as well to slow down any further aggression, but that's one huge teamfight ultimate down from the side of LGD. Is this an over aggression from them? They have no more teamfight ultimate, but they will still manage to take the mid tier 1 tower before losing anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to deal with them, right? So LGD, Musang King, yes, they don't have the ultimate, but he is a meat shield nonetheless, right? So he's able to soak up a lot of damage, by which time they should have recovery on the cooldown timers. So LGD, looking like they're almost always in fighting shape.
Yeah, they got the Menki, which doesn't really need any sort of cooldowns. He's always ready to fight. So is the Sun Tzu, so is the Lady Sun. So very good point that even if they lose the Lady Zen ultimate to not really be effective, they still have many ways to fight. While on the other side, you've got the Mayin, you've got the Kaiser, who is a little bit more ultimate reliant. Princess Frost a little less than the Lady Zen, but still you would like to have that ultimate every time you take a team fight.
Yeah, but they need to slow him down, right? Because at this point, he already has the Pure Sky, Energy Core. He's already very tanky, right? And at this point, if they don't stifle the growth, they don't put a leash or cap on him, Musang King once again is going to run rampant around the map.
Yep, as he did in game number 1, in game number 2 as well. And Menki is not one of those heroes that is very flashy towards the late game stage. He doesn't provide a lot of damage, but boy oh boy can he soak up for his team. And here 2 heroes from the side of LGD, trying to steal the Might Golem, but they're trying to get something else in return. Pops the Invincible Warrior. Princess Frost drops the ultimate as well, trying to bring down Musaki, but it's just so tanky. He's only down to half health. Zhang Fei drops the ultimate. It's gonna miss though. Not really gonna connect on towards anyone, but the main objective is still the tier 2 tower. But oh, ladies, Zen in trouble. Mayin will break him down. Snow once again has Zihong's number in game number 3, and he will fall. Xiang trying to back away, but looks like AG wants a little bit more. They're going for the fight. Sunbin drops the ultimate onto Musaki. Musaki trying to back away. The Zerg will provide enough shields for Musaki to back off just in time. And Maya Solis, no more ultimate for him. He's not going to over-aggress, and he's going to be happy to back off and heal up a little bit. But AG, with that pick off on towards Zihong, there's no more teamfight ultimate. They might try and go for this mid-tier 1 tower, and I don't think LGD has much to fight with until Zihong goes back towards the mid.
Well, we're gonna have to ask the AG fans to hold some hope, because there is some light for the side of AG. They have managed to stave off the growth on the side of LGD. More importantly, they seem to be winning team fight. It's a 4-1.
Absolutely. I mean, after the initial pick-off, LGD hasn't really been able to get anything for themselves, and AG seems to have been at least be able to stand their ground. Oh, a lot of damage done to Myosotis, but he's forced to pop his Invincible Warrior, trying to heal up the best he can, but the Ladies and Ultimate was just dropped in a perfect position to just stop him from retreating or even moving on forward. So no ultimate there for Kaiser. That's a point of concern. Can he really fulfill his role without his ultimate reducing damage? Looks like they will not try and contest this Tyrant, but they're trying to go for a bit more. The red golem buff is up, and Myosotis will still be able to pick it up. No, it will be Zerd, the one to pick it up with the smite.
Yep, and it's just the aggressive nature of LGD starting to show here. They will be looking to make their mark in the mid lane. They do take the tier 2 down, and at this point, it's more about the map control, because once they're done with the tier 2 at the top, yeah, I can almost guarantee you it is going to be the Overlord that they're going to set their sights on.
Yeah, position is perfect. Myosotis waiting for the ultimate. He doesn't have the Pure Sky yet, so he's gonna have to rely just on his ultimate to try and survive. Tier 2 tower towards the top does fall. JR is already starting to pack a punch on that Lady Sun, and with the protection of Ze on that Zhang Fei, he's gonna be very tough to deal with. Silence comes in. They want to try and pick off the JR before the fight even starts, but it's not going to be enough, because Zihong with that defensive ultimate will be able to keep them at bay. And now, like you said, they're going straight for the Overlord, and that's going to help them push up to the high ground.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a bit more patient at this point. Allow JR to really hit the final strike of his palm, right? He's almost left with the last, second last item here, going for the Blood Reaper, and probably Sage Sanctuary as the last defensive measure. I think LGD normally play quite safe regardless of how aggressive they are, and this might be the final fight of the game. Liv gets caught.
Oh no, Liv, the Zhang Fei ultimate did slow him down, and he has the Sun Surge going towards the back line. He's gonna get a kill on towards Liv. Musang King will be the one to pick up the last hit, but JR will finish off Myosotis as well. Xiang barely surviving. Zeiss will fall as well. Mayin trying to do the best he can, but Snow will melt towards the side of LGD, as it's going to be a 4-hero kill. Qinglin, the last one to survive, to try and defend against this, but 4 versus 1 on a support. The Sunbin ultimate will not connect on towards anything. This tower will fall, and this will be it. Malaysia has a second team in the top 4 of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational, as they will finish off this game in style. 12 minutes 30 seconds. LGD will move on to the top 4.
Alright, celebratory set sail. They're circling around the crystal right now. It's all about the sportsmanship. Congratulations to the second team of Malaysia, LGD Gaming, making it through to the next stage in the semi-finals. They will be meeting Loops. Is it Loops? No, it's not Loops. They'll be meeting Team Seeker. Yeah.
They will be in for a treat in these in the semi-finals, but still props to AG. A fantastic showing against LGD, but let's see what the winners have to say about it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's LGD and Chu on stage with the winners interview.
Thank you so much, casters. You guys are back with you live on stage here. LGD from Malaysia. Oh my, what an exhilarating match. Almost a comeback come out from AG, but they still making it clean 3-0 overall for the side of LGD. But LGD, can we start our interview? Congratulations again for you guys. Can we start with Ji-hong? Can we have the mic for Ji-hong, please? Yeah, you stand over my side here. Okay. Ji-hong, I saw when it comes to the first game just now, right? You play Shangguang. It was immensely powerful, but they even banned your Shangguang for the second map or second match. Now, what is actually your favorite hero as mid laner? Kejap, saya translate. Ya, okay, Melayu okay. Ji-hong, awak suka main mid. Tadi hebat betul mid awak. Tapi sebenarnya hero favorite mid awak apa?
Shangguang.
Shangguang, memang favorite Shangguang.
Ya.
Tapi kan, boleh tak bagi tips macam saya pun nak belajar Shangguang tau. Bagi tips macam mana nak power macam awak boleh?
Boleh. Tunggu opponent skill sudah habis. Saya masuk. Jika ada tulian, saya boleh masuk susah.
Oh, macam tu Saya pun baru tahu. Okay, I did ask him how to play a good Shangguang. His favorite is actually Shangguang. And actually how you play Shangguang, it's based on your skills. You have to play a bit more reserved as the Shangguang mid player. You have to wait for the opponents to finish off their skills. Then only you can actually power back or just push it in. But if there's Dodia, don't think twice, just go for it. Thank you so much for the Shangguang tips. Next, gonna head over to maybe Jimmy first. Jimmy sini. Sini lah, kita main pusing-pusing. Jimmy. Congratulations again. Jimmy. Now, you saw how your teammates actually perform, right? And it's quite an immense game, a very, a lot of team fights. And now, whenever you see your teammate or whenever you guys in a condition where you lose a fight, how do you come back from the fight as a team? Now, kita tahu kalau tengah main game ni kadang-kadang stres dia lain macam kan, tertekan sikit. Bila keadaan korang tertekan tu, bila tim korang dalam keadaan tertekan, macam mana korang punya komunikasi untuk comeback dalam game tu? Macam mana dalam keadaan tu? Korang fikir apa, rasa apa, cakap apa? Tak apa, fikir dulu, kita ada masa. Tak apa, try je. Kalau tengah kalah macam mana? Cakap apa kat teammate? Jayo ke apa ke? Cari momentum.
Ya, momentum yang boleh menang.
So macam mana korang tenang? Macam nak tenang? Boleh lah. Maknanya tukar gameplay sikit.
Ya, tukar gameplay sikit.
Biasanya korang cari siapa? Marksman?
Jungler.
Jungle dulu. Korang shutdown jungle dulu. So I asked them, how do you actually try to come back? Because just now from AG, things are so intense. I feel like they might actually losing. But what would they do to come back in the game? What would the team do during the very critical moment? So he mentioned that they try to calm down a bit, try to slow down and try to find any way to come in, and they try to aim for the opponent's jungle first. And last but not least, can we have the coach coming on all the way? This can be Joker. Thank you so much, Jimmy. And okay, Joker, ini soalan last. Okay. Sebagai seorang coach kan, macam mana Joker bagi pep talk sebelum start tournament biasanya? How do you give your team pep talk before the start of every single game? Because they are so disciplined.
Yes. Actually saya ada cakap apa-apa sebab dia orang sangat confidence. Ya, just bagi dia orang enjoy the game. Sebab kita 5 orang ni sudah main kait team sudah lama. So dia orang memang ada itu
chemistry.
Ya, chemistry lah. So actually sometimes dia orang tak perlu cakap apa. Dia orang tahu sudah nak buat apa.
Wow, soulmates. Ini next level soulmate. 5 orang soulmate terus. Campur Jimmy pun 6 sekali soulmate. So basically, when it comes to the pep talk pre-show or pre-tournament, I asked Joker what would he say as for the teams as a coach. How do he prepare the team to have them, they're a bit of a boost of morale. But so far, they don't need any. They know what to do. They're so confident. They're pretty much in sync without using any word. We talked about the language of game. I think you guys displayed so well. But last and not least, for your fans out there, especially Malaysian fans? You see so many Malaysian fans. Have you any words to say for your fans who've been cheering for you since day one?
Terima kasih untuk datang sini support kita. Saya minta korang satu bantuan lah. Sunday come again and bring our jalur gemilang.
We're looking forward for Sunday matchup for the side of LGD, but we're done here. Congratulations again, LGD of Malaysia. Back.
Just remember to bring the national flag of Malaysia when you come down to watch the quarterfinals, the semi-finals here in Sunday, because you're gonna be able to support two of our Malaysian teams, which is LGD as well as Team Secret, as they're trying to make their way to the grand finals of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. But what a series here, Kin! What a very absolutely close series. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't feel like a 3-0. It feels like All Gamers Global might have been able to take a win or two away from LGD there.
Yeah, but almost never counts, right? That's the unfortunate truth in competition. So as it stands now, we are going to have our Malaysia representatives, Team Secret, along with LGD Gaming. Now, earlier today, you were talking about maybe we could be possibly entertaining the thought of a Malaysia-Brazil Grand Finals. Now, that's something that I really like. But at the same time, I think we have another team that wants to put a stop to that. And that is the like of KAGE going up against VKS later. But we still have to cover some stats about the game. How did this game go for you, Zero?
I think this game, AG started off a lot better than they did in game number 1 and 2. They didn't need to really, take any sort of dangerous fights. But, it's just been the classic LGD. They lose someone in top, they're going to get something else done somewhere across the map. So it's just better macro movements there for LGD, being able to keep themselves ahead, even if they lost members, even if they tried to invade the jungle and lost and failed to do so. They've still been able to find something, another objective across the map, always keeping themselves ahead. And their mid and late game itemization and team fight was just better.
Oh, for sure. Now let's take a look at LGD. Let's take a look at the itemization here. The Zhang Fei actually going for the Frigid Charge here, along with the Patrol X, as well as the Guardian. So very good itemization to protect the team. Also gets the extra shield when he gets stunned up, because there's quite a lot of mini stuns that are coming in, right? The time lapse, the Frigid Prison, and of course the knockup by the Mayin as well. Likewise, a lot of the damage has been laid down by JR once again. 301 Starbreaker, Eternity Blade, Blood Weeper, along with the Crimson Reaper, and going to finish up with the Master Sword as the last item as well. 9,500 gold. He's almost double the net worth of some of the players on the side of AG.
Absolute beast there on that Lady Sun. I mean, Lady Sun has been one of those heroes that's been so flexible. You can play her late game, you can play her early game as well. And LGD has been one of those teams that's been able to utilize her early game prowess to the fullest. We've seen them play the Lady Sun to start off in the mid lane and allow the mage to go down towards the bottom lane. And Zhihong did not have as good of a game as he did on the Shangguan. Only a Hoarfrost Staff and the Mask of Agony completed here in this game. But, that's the Lady Zen for you. You don't need too many items. You just need really the Hoarfrost Staff to provide the additional slow, and then the Mask of Agony to provide a little bit more damage. She's still going to top the damage charge regardless.
Oh, for sure. And of course, the last play of the game there, the Xiang Sun Ce set sail. My goodness, that wraparound was so beautiful. It ended the game in such perfect unison for the side of LGD. And I think, what a way to end the game, right? 3-0 as we move on to take a look at the damage and damage dealt statistics later on as well. I think we can expect close to maybe 150,000 damage dealt by JR.
It would be slightly less. I think Lady Zen will still top the damage charts just because of how that hero is. And yeah, Zhihong almost 100,000 damage dealt there. JR not getting to that point yet just because the game ended a little bit too fast. That it's only up till the 16 minute mark is where you really see JR on the Lady Sun. That's going to be doing way too much damage, but of course Lady Zen, just with 2 items, is still topping the damage chart on their side, while All Gamers Global lived on the Princess Frost, still did her utility, her job, but ultimately it was just not enough to stop the aggression coming from the side of LGD. And Xiang, as well as Musang King on the main key, as well as Sun Ce, played their early game aggression very well, and towards the late game stages as well, providing that information as well as soaking up their damage, set up JR to have a very easy time just to stand around and deal damage.
Yeah, exactly. The combination with him and Zhe has been quite phenomenal thus far. If we take a look at the teamfight rate for Zhe specifically, 100%. He was in all of the different team fights. He was always there, leaping savior, giving them the shields as well. And most of the time, I think he did not miss a single unbridled outburst. Every ultimate really hit his mark. There were a couple of moments where he missed Zeiss, but it's Zeiss. It's not RLE. It's hard to catch her.
Yep, absolutely. It is. When you have so many heroes in front of you, that's going to be able to protect you, and of course the shields that Ze is able to provide as well is immensely helpful for a squishy marksman like the Lady Sun being played there by JR. And in this game, the net worth didn't really grow exponentially as something LGD is familiar with, but they were still able to get a steady income in terms of the net worth and item progression. And towards the end, the damage was just too much. They couldn't withstand it from the Lady Zen as well as the Lady Sun.
Yep, I mean, AG kept trying to pull LGD under the water, but LGD had a life jacket. They never went down. They were always staying afloat. They were always getting a trade. Now let's see the MVP that made this all possible as well. I have a feeling it's Musang King. It is going to be the Sun Ce instead. Xiang here, 24,000 damage dealt along with 37,000 damage taken with a KDA of 0, 2, and 4. It was not about the KDA, it was about the movements across the map, the way he entered the scene as well. Flashy as hell, and what a result of all the movements he did.
Oh, absolutely. He was everywhere across the map, the team fight, his initiations, as well as cutting towards the backline, set his team up for victory, and Xiang definitely was very instrumental in getting LGD their third win in this series. And if you take a look at what happened in game number 3, we can see, LGD just off to not the hottest of starts they've ever had. They lose members, they try and rotate someone out to help, but they don't really get anything else. And AG was able to get the first tyrant of the game. Sun Ce was able to stop the tempo, and they lost members here. But while all of this happened, while all of this was just AG responding very well, the classic LGD came back with taking good fights, good trades across the map, keeping the net worth ahead. And then when they reached their power spike, that's when they put pedal to the metal and really just focused on trying to finish the game there.
Yep, you have to take notice of Xiang specifically throughout the entire game as well. Xiang was always responsible for catching out Snow, and with this last play of the game here, crashing into 3, I believe, at the last moment of the game, allowing them to actually get the win because he bought so much time, right? Every single time he controls Snow, they pretty much control the map because the Main wouldn't be able to do anything against the likes of LGD. Now, this is going to be the matchup for the next day as well. So Loops will meet LGD Malaysia in the semi-finals. This is going to be a banger and a kicker of a match because now it's going to be the Brazilians going up against the Malaysians. Who will top that? And whoever tops that will take a very warm seat in the grand finals. Now we're looking for Team Secret's counterpart, and that's going to be decided by our next series of the day. Vivo Kid Stars going up against KAGE VKS, trying to make this a Malaysia-Brazil finals here, and let's see if that's going to be the state of the story if KAGE gets their way.
It's going to be a rough situation for KAGE. They want to try and break the pattern here. They want to try and make an upset, but their opponent is the defending champions of the Season 1 Invitational. It's Vivo Kid Stars. They still have Danny. They still have all their star players in their lineup, and they've been looking very dominant in the group stage as well, only losing 1 game in the 4-team group. But still, it's a juggernaut that they're trying to face up against. And if KAGE wants to be able to move on to the top 4, they're going to need to pray for a miracle.
Oh, for sure. But at this point, you know what? It is all theory, theory and practice are two different things. So, of course, with that being said, I think, of course, we pay respects to Season 1 champions, but nonetheless, they are humans as well, as LGD have already put it very clearly in the earlier interviews. They have 10 fingers, we have 10 fingers as well. It is all coming down to the actual execution of the draft.
And that was one of my favorite interviews. Don't be afraid of us. We all have 10 fingers, but hey, some people's fingers are just way faster than the others. So I mean, LGD definitely looking like they have been using those 10 fingers to its fullest, and it's still a very good showing that they made it to the top 4. They still have another mountain to climb, but that's all tomorrow. That's all the later few days, because next up we have another great match between VKS and KAGE.
Yeah, so thoughts on this? I mean, okay, VKS, let's talk about it realistically, right? I think KAGE, I think they do have some potential in them, but yes, they are going up against Season 1 champions, and there is a reason why they're champions, right? Dani, Niap, these are some familiar names we've already seen from Season 1. I think based on the team synergy itself, VKS is a team that is very scary to go up against, and having the experience of going up against so many other teams and outlasting and beating them all down to win the first season of Invitationals, it really is a very tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, VKS is not an easy opponent by any stretch of the imagination. You have to be perfect in your execution, or you need some cheesy strategies. I mean, we did see VKS drop a game against Boom Esports where they played an Athena Pei combination, something that VKS actually faced up against in their Season 1 Grand Finals against Alpha 7. And Boom Esports had the better result with the Athena, because I remember Alpha 7 just got completely destroyed while trying to play that. But they are not without their mistakes. They're still human, is VKS. And if the side of KAGE is able to find something that VKS isn't prepared for, or play in a way that VKS isn't ready for, we might be in for an interesting series here, kid.
Oh, for sure. And with that being said, it's time to take a little break. When we're back, let's see who's going to top the other in the game.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me.
I'm born this way, This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one. H-to-the-E-R-T, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I rose again. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Now you dance, how I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who will fill them up, no lie, they gon' do it. Facing our peers, we don't think we
just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, get me fast. Calling out for the game. This love, so high. Won't you yell out my name when I sing my top of
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
All I need is a target.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Fight and are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead. Well, opened by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well. Taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of the night as well as the final series of the round of 8. My name is Zero. Joining me today is Kindofu, and we'll be witnessing VKS going up against Kagendra to find out who will be the last team to join the 3 teams already qualified to the top 4 in this Season 2 Invitational.
Yeah, for sure. Kagendra, of course, looking to set the stage a little bit more different, right? Of course, VKS aiming to put it as a Malaysia and Brazil grand finals as we head into the final days itself. But if Kagendra has anything to say about that, I think it's going to be a slightly different story.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, all these players are already qualified for the Esports World Cup. They are the top 8 that will be representing the region and the world to qualify to try and fight it out there for a much bigger prize. Of course, this collaboration brings our teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports event of the year. So make sure you keep your eyes up on this tournament and of course the EWC action that will be happening very soon as well.
Oh, for sure. Now, if you experience being like a pro player, you can try the Infinix GT20 Pro as well. Another benefit is that you get to watch your games in 120 FPS. Now, be it winning or losing, nonetheless, it's always nice to have a nice frame rate as well. So if you're interested, do check out their website to look for more information and maybe purchase the phone as well. So Infinix GT20 Pro, get your hands on it today.
Yep, absolutely. And these players on stage, they are already using this phone, and you can see how well that these teams have been able to perform. I mean, LGD, absolute monsters. VKS, our upcoming match as well, has been absolutely dominant on that. They did lose one game against the likes of Boom Esports in the first day of their groups. They did eventually win out that series, but still, you know, it goes to show that even the defending champions can bleed.
Oh, for sure. So in this case, I mean, are we hinting at Athena again from the side of Kagendra?
I mean, that's the only hero composition that's won against the likes of VKS so far. So the numbers don't lie. If you lost to it once, that means that you have a 100% lose rate against the Athena. I don't know. If someone is good with numbers, I think that might convince them to pick up the Athena. But you know that the Athena is not like a very meta pick at the moment.
Oh, for sure, you know, but whatever works, right? That's the name of the game here. As long as you get a win, a dub is still a dub. So Kagendra, of course, hopefully they're able to show us a little bit more creativity. And let's take a look at VKS, Vivo Key Stars, as they take the stage.
Defending champions of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational, but they did have a roster change. But we still have Niap, Danny as well on the roster, but they did bring in Mena and Supina. One is still playing for the mid on their side as well. They also brought in a new marksman, which is Sasser on their side. So a very strong lineup nonetheless. Danny did say previously during his interviews that this is the strongest lineup that VKS has ever had. So are these just fighting words? Are they just trying to scare their opponents? Or is this an actual testament of how strong VKS has progressed?
Well, I mean, at this point, it is the reality of the situation. Like VKS, they haven't looked any lesser than what they have performed in Season 1 as well. And you can see taking the stage full of confidence, 5 representing players from the side of Vivo Key Stars, as they look to put their mark upon the stage against our Indonesian boys here. Senko in the mid lane, we're gonna have Hans in the slash lane, and we're gonna have Wyron in the jungle, as well as the 0-0 in the farm lane, and last but not least, we have Mufas in the roam. Kagendra trying to represent the Indonesian pride here as they take their stage for the Sunway Velocity Mall stage.
They want to put the third country in the semi-finals, and they only have to go through VKS. When I say only, I mean they need to go through VKS, and that's not an easy feat whatsoever. Kagendra does have their road paved out for them, and whether they can make it further comes down to this final best of 5 series, because this might be the end of the road for them. It's not a terrible way to end their run, because top 8 is still a decent result, and also you still qualified for the EWC. That's not too bad.
Oh yes, for sure. But if you take a look at the Kagendra boys, right, I'm not sure about you, but I feel like Wyro is pretty locked in, like judging from his facial expressions as well. Now, the other thing that I want to really put my eyes on is actually the mid lane. You know, we didn't have the best words coming out from the VKS lineup for the mid laner Senku. So I'm interested to see if Senku is going to make them eat their words in this best of 5 series.
I mean, if you're 1 and you're the defending champions of Season 1 and you've been absolutely dominant in Chalk BR throughout the stage, you do have that certain level of confidence when you play against anyone from anywhere in the world. And you know, sometimes that extra bit of confidence in yourself and in your team can go a long way, especially when your backs are against the wall. But VKS, plenty of experience in their belt. 3 of the 5 championship roster from Season 1 is still playing together, and they've just bolstered their lineup even more with Sasser as well as Mena in the 2 core roles.
Yeah, they are definitely people you can't ignore. So Vivo Key Stars looking to continue on their very perfect form coming in from the group stages as we head to this best of 5 series against Kagendra.
Yeah. Kagendra is a rather, you call them the new kids on the block. They haven't had too much of exposure on them, but they did come through to the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational by absolutely almost destroying every single one of the opponents in the Indonesian qualifiers. You have Hans, you have Wyro, you have Muffers, you also have Senku as well as 0-0 to run up your lineup, and you know, you've got plenty of hard hitters in your team. You just need to get through the extra hurdle and beat a much stronger opponent.
Yeah, so, you know, 0-0 is someone that I like to keep my eyes on the side of Kirkindra. And let's take a look at the head-to-head, right? So they pretty much like fighting as well, right? Maybe not as much as Vivo Keith Stars here, but 67% on the team fight rate. So you can expect a lot of aggression coming out from Kirkindra. And average kills, I think we're looking at a much more clinical lineup, right? From the side of Vivo Keith Stars. And the average damage that they are able to deal, the reason why they are able to get so many kills is also because they deal about 20k damage per minute. And this is a very scary one. The first blood rate is 86% coming in from our Brazilian Kings here, VKS. Gagendra, of course, haven't been able to get that first blood just yet. But you know what? Anything can happen and things will change.
And you know, this statistic also just shows that getting the first blood is not very important. Kagendra still made it to the top 8, never getting a single first blood in their entire squad. Sure, it feels good to be able to open things up with a kill, which Vivo Key Stars have been doing very well, but it's not the be-all end-all of the game. You still have to perform from the laning stage, from the early to the mid to the late game, and then try and win from there.
Yeah, that lady there wanted to step off the stage, got caught. Okay, back to the game here. Wyro here, just rubbing his eyes in the moment. I think definitely if you are on the side of Kagendra, you will definitely be feeling a little bit of pressure. And as it stands now, I think the boys are trying to steel themselves up because they are going up against a very strong team in the form of Vivo Key Stars.
Absolutely, very strong team indeed. You don't become the defending champions by luck. There's so much work put behind it. There's so many things that you have to go through as a team, as a player in general. So they have the experience. They know how it is to feel like playing from behind, and they also know how to play ahead and win the game. VKS, not an easy opponent for Kagendra, but hey, Kagendra has shown flashes of brilliance throughout the group stages so far. Their coach is going to come in huge in trying to keep themselves, their morales up, to keep their team in check, and he's going to be absolutely crucial during the first pick and ban phase.
Oh, for sure. I think we don't really talk that much about the coaches, but I think the coaches play a very pivotal role in the teams as well, right? So he or she will be the one that kind of lays the foundation down for the team in terms of not just the draft, but their emotional and mental state as well, right? Because they will be the ones responsible for giving them the tools. They give them the paintbrush, they give them the paint, they give them the canvas. Then it's really up to the players, right? After they have been given everything, to paint the victory path for themselves.
Yeah, Su Hong, the youngest coach in this entire tournament. He's only 19, and he's having the responsibility of helping these other young players to try and win against VKS. That's not a position that I envy any coach to be in, but hey, he's been doing a great job so far, and he just needs to keep that up for the rest of his team.
Yep, and that speaks volumes, right? To be able to maintain a team at a certain standard and a certain level for an extended period of time, and even going up against teams like VKS, it really puts you into the perspective that, hey, this guy, he does have the substance, and hopefully the team will be able to make sense of what he gives them to secure at least a win, right, in this best of 5.
Yep, at least one step at a time. You take every win you get. You play one game at a time, and hopefully that's enough. But on the flip side as well, VKS, they have who is essentially the most popular coach in the entire Chalk BR. They brought in Joko in replacement of Julio as their previous coach. So he is very integral in the team's success so far, and he's going to try and get one more win in his belt to try and move VKS to the top 4.
Yeah, so they're gonna try with the first few bans here. Lady Chen along with the Dolia are gonna be taken out on the side of VKS. Flip side, KAGE, Kagendra gonna be taking out the Hainor and as well as the Arlie, which leaves the Mai open in the first phase picks here, and Nyap is gonna snap that up.
Yeah, one of one's best signature heroes in the mid. He's definitely had plenty of games in his belt, plenty of wins with that hero. So make no mistake, I mean, Lady Zen banned out. Next best mid laner is probably either the Heino, which has been banned out by KAGE, or the Mai Shernui, which has been seeing very great success on anybody's hands, and they're gonna pair it up with the Mozi as well in the hands of Mena. Very lethal combination: long range stun followed by long range burst from the Mai, and usually they are able to find very good success with each other.
Yep, this is a very good poke composition coming out from VKS, right? So the long arm reach coming out from VKS is very apparent already. Lady Sun, as we've already seen, based on the builds that most of the teams have either gone with, it's going to be a meteor straight into the Eternity Blade, which is going to be a very despairing difference, right, against the likes of Direntia, because his arms aren't as long. Yes, he can throw out his tokens every once in a while, which is why the Zhangfei is super vital in this lineup. He is meant to be the leaping savior, right? Yes, pun intended, for the team here. And hopefully the Byron will be able to jump into the backlines, get his hands onto the Lady Sun as well.
I like the way you said, you know, long arms. That is a very a Chinese saying that, you know, they have long range in their skills, and you know, you paired it up with a Lady Sun for the side of VKS. Those are three heroes that excel in long range poke battles. You stun, you poke them once with the Mai, you shoot them once with the Lady Sun, and then usually one of those heroes is already out of commission. But Kagendran spots that out, you know, picks up the Byron, picks up the Zhang Fei to be able to soak up the damage and allow Diren Jie to go unmolested in towards team fights. That's going to be very crucial for them to try and win these skirmishes.
Yep, and both teams are really making very smart bans, right? So Luna and Tun, for various reasons. Of course, Luna, as well as the backline access, once she gets the new moon, and the passive activation is going to be a nightmare for the Direntia and Zhangfei to deal with. Likewise for the Tun, it is a meat shield that I think KAGE will not be able to deal with in the early game, which might lead to the downfall and an early advantage coming out for the side of VKS. Flip side, the Princess Frost and the Angela, it's very hard to deal with them on the side if you have VKS, because once you get stunned, they are not exactly very survivable. So really, it's something VKS doesn't want to deal with.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, the Dun is probably Danny's. Danny's the only reason that the Dun is having a positive win rate in this tournament at all. He's I think having a perfect score with the Dun jungle. So taking that out of his hands is a very good call there. But VKS picking up the Kaiser for Danny to play, and they're gonna probably pick up something like a lane, which is still available for VKS. That's probably the best clash lane. No, they're gonna pick up a Guan Yu. Pedal to the metal, VKS says. We're going ham, we're going deep, and we want to finish off this Direnjie.
That's right. So with the man on the saddle, Guan Yu is going to be quite the problem against KAGE if he gets the perfect initiation here. I like the pick on the gun and more, right, coming in from KAGE, right, because that's going to be a huge burst coming in, and if he gets his basics right in terms of the aiming and positioning, he should be able to burst down Lady Sun in one fell swoop. So this is going to be an encouraging sign from the draft itself. Oh, and I like this. The Musashi is the final pick. Illuminating Slash cancels out a lot of the skills coming in from the side of VKS.
Yeah, just blocking the projectiles, right? It's just so crucial. There's absolutely a lot of clutch plays that you can do with the Musashi against those three heroes, the Lady Sun, the Moses, as well as the Mai. And not to mention, you can pair yourself with the Gun and Mo to just burst down the Lady Sun. One ultimate followed by Gun and Mo's couple blades and then Newly Forged is basically a kill on towards the Lady Sun. So a lot of great combinations from the side of Kagendran. It does look like they have put a lot of thought into their draft, but now the draft is done. That's done and dusted. They've done a good job in the draft. Now it's about the execution in game, and boy, do they need to execute well if they want to play against the defending champions, which is VKS.
Yep, I think this game is going to be decided in the clash lane actually, because if you can't stop the growth of the Guan Yu, it's going to be quite the menace to deal with. So at this point, I think both teams have the merits, they have the pros and cons, and right off the bat you can see the stun landing on the central already.
Yeah, it's the clash lane. The Guan Yu has to be, absolutely shut down if they don't want Niap to just run away with the game, and that's why you see one rotating up towards the top to make sure that Niap has a good lane, to make sure that the Niap has a good game. Rotations also coming in from Mena to try and maybe get a kill, but KAGE spots that out, move two members of their own towards the top, and that's going to be at the end of the aggression up there. But bottom lane, Sasser already taking so much damage from the Direnjie, and that's the strength of the Direnjie early on. can really focus and do a lot of damage to you.
Alright, now I'm interested about the Mortar here, Maina here. Let's take a look at the combinations for Mortar. He is going to be using the first skill, basic attack, into the second skill. And that's going to be Piss Bringer, right? So for him, he actually gets a shield every time he uses his skills as well. So he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage in the late game. And this is his most painful combination coming out from the side of Mortar.
Yeah, man, he's one of those supports that are successfully tanky, right? Just because of the constant shield he gets, especially in the late game when he has enough cooldown reduction, he's just gonna put up shields after shields, and his ultimate is always just so oppressive. Sure, it's a small range, but if you use your flash well enough and you put yourself in a good position, you can still make a huge impact with the ultimate.
Well, I actually like to use Execute. I don't really use his ultimate that much, but you know, it's just a personal preference and just a flex, right? I was once the number 64 on the server.
I mean, that 64 is not easy to get. For there's just so many players playing this game right now, and being top 64 mostly in the world, I would wear that proudly on my shoulders, there, kid.
Well, I thought you were gonna tell me 64 is not a high number, but anyway, okay. Thank you again for the reaffirmation, as it looks like KAGE seem to be doing a little bit better than I expected in the early game.
Oh yeah, they've not been taking any of these bad fights. Sure, they haven't really shut down the Guan Yu as much. Niap has been relatively uncontested. He's even gonna be able to get a couple of the jungle creeps for himself as well. But you were talking about how important it was for KAGE to shut down this Guan Yu. The Byron was drafted to prepare winning the lane, but so far, I mean, if the Guan Yu hasn't really been dying, hasn't really been shut down, that's still great for him, because his mid game is where he's the scariest.
Yeah, you know, end of the day, also maybe the benefit of this Byron is about the Storm Strike, right? So he's able to get the stuns in, so he should be able to stop the Guan Yu from coming in as well. But for now, I think Niap is just teetering on the edge of that snowball.
Yeah, he's just been moving across the map very well. He knows that he can't stand a direct one-for-one trade in the top lane, so he's been moving around, getting farm elsewhere, making sure he doesn't miss the experience on top as well. So, like you said, he's a very small snowball for now, but it takes a little push down the hill for him to start growing.
Oh, for sure. And looks like 0-0 doing very well for himself. So far has been able to get a couple of the Firehawks already, which is kind of surprising to me when you're going up against Dazer in the bot lane.
Oh, looks like Weeraw taking a fight towards Danny. Danny has his still has his ultimate, hasn't really used it. Wasn't feeling like he was in danger against the Musashi. Weeraw, of course, does need a couple of items before he's actually going to do damage. The Axe of Torment, absolutely crucial for him to start doing damage in these team fights. But here, this fight around this Tyrant, they still have the Sage Golem in that area. They haven't really finished up yet, but they're going to try and look for that before they take a fight. Muffer's taking a lot of damage already, but he still has his ultimate form to be able to provide him a bit more shields. Guan Yu is there, but pops the ultimate. Senku will be the one to get the last hit. Good take there from the side of KAGE. They're looking for more. They get Q onto Maina. Can they escape from this? Niap will bring down Muffers, but 1-for-2 trade-off so far. And Kagendran will be more than happy to take that, as Danny will have to limp away and back off. Niap as well, not in the healthiest of positions, but he can rotate up to the top very quickly and get a little bit more farm for himself compared to Hans, who's still in towards the bottom lane, but it looks like Musashi might be the one to pick up the top lane.
It was a perfect start though for VKS. They actually got the Cannon Blast, and that combination with Niap to get the heroic charge down as well. Thought that was it for the start of KAGE, but KAGE, what a good recovery there, because Muffers actually used Unbridled Outburst to delay it for a little bit. And for all of the comments that VKS was talking about Senko, he stole the Tyrant. And so this is a huge advantage for the start of KAGE.
Yep, absolutely. 1,500 net worth lead early on against the defending champions is a good position you want to find yourself be in. And here, Hans still in the mid lane, pops the ultimate to make sure he's not in any danger, trying to shut down Niap on towards the top lane though, but Danny is there. He's providing a lot of cover fire for his teammate to back off, so not too much gotten there. They did manage to force Danny to use his ultimate, so if they try and take the fight in the next 30 seconds or so, Kagendran will be in a great spot. No Niap, no Danny ultimate. That means no front line for the side of VKS.
Yep, and let's take a look at the Growth Fighter items. So far, Weeraw already has a Giant's Grip. Interesting, he doesn't choose to, just use the second tier of the item, he wants to go for the full build here along with the energy core. So he is a little tanky. Takes the boost of resistance as well. Meanwhile, we do have the boost of the arcane. Oh, Senko.
Oh, Senko going a little bit too deep. One also taking a lot of damage from that, but was able to just tumble away to safety. Very close call there. They did force out the Muffer's pop his ultimate, but he's not gonna be too bad. Senko almost sniped down one with a long range couple blades, but just in time, just avoiding one of those blades and avoiding lethal damage on himself.
Yep, so they actually push one back, and now they secure this second neutral objective of the game, so they get the overlord themselves. And 0-0 already has the Sparkforge Dagger, and pretty much very soon he will have the Doomsday on hand, and he's going to be in fighting shape against the Kaiser.
Yep, absolutely. The percentage-based damage against a tanky hero is absolutely something they want. Niap gets caught out there by Hans, knocked up in the air, but he's able to walk away. Not very, not an easy hero to burst down from 100 to 0. So they're gonna be happy with just chipping away at his health while also moving Niap back towards the top lane, which we will be seeing some pressure. One gets spotted out there by 0. 0 is gonna be playing it safe, not letting one get anything out of there. But oh, damage, a lot of damage being dealt. Oh, the snipe from Senku. Oh my god, all 4 of the blades connecting on towards the mine, and one will fall, eating his words. I mean, Senku is absolutely making a show out of it. Oh, Sasser in trouble. Hans tried to go for the kill there, almost finish him down. Invincible Warrior popped there by Danny a bit too early in my book. But that means that the next fight for Kagendron is going to look so good, because no ultimate for the Kaiser, which means that he's much more susceptible to damage, and he's already taking damage. Top lane, the tier 2 tower also taking so much damage as well. They still have the dragon that's going to be assisting them to take down this tower. Not going to be enough, as VKS will rotate 4 members over there. Meina trying to slow him down, but it's always tough. Zhang Fei knocked back, and they will get killed there by Guan Yu, his fellow general of the 3 kingdoms. He will get a kill on towards Zhang Fei, and they also lose Senku towards all of that. So VKS getting a breath of fresh air, and they will try and take this mid tier 1 tower for themselves.
Yep, but they will be pushed back bit by bit. Once again, KAGE, I think they're doing a very good job. At this point, yes, VKS will have pretty much the lion's share, if not the entire bit of the side of the Tyrant. They will secure it for themselves. So finally, one neutral objective in the game for the side of VKS. But it's tough, right? Because KAGE, they have dealt so much disruptions to the side of VKS.
Yep, still a 1,500 lead there to KAGE, so they're still holding their own. They did manage to get both towers in the bottom lane as well, but here, fight in the bottom lane. They want to try and go for more. Hans pops the ultimate just in time, but one will be able to finish him off. Huge damage there on the Mai Shiranui, and one will be more than happy to go back to base with that kill. So VKS starting to crawl back into this game. Still 1,500 net worth lead for the side of the Indonesian squad, but hey, if you give VKS any more chances, they might find themselves back into this game already.
Yep, I think pretty much at this point, it can be considered as a stalemate, right? Because the damage is considerable coming out from the side of VKS, especially with the likes of one. Now they're going to try and pressure the mid lane on the side of KAGE, and as it stands now, I think the map is a little more red compared to what VKS is very comfortable with.
Yeah, it is. I mean, losing all the towers in the bottom, the top tier 1 tower almost down, tier 2 tower almost down as well. It's not a position you want to find yourself in if you are the side of VKS. But here, 4 heroes from the side of Kagendron trying to really test their strength in this mid tier 2 tower. Both jungle objectives are about to spawn. Senku still trying to chip away from a long range. The Tyrant is still pretty healthy. They're going to try and move in. It's a little bit split up though, not the position I want to be in. Danny taking a lot of damage. Already, he's not in the healthiest positions, and he's not able to heal up from the jungle creep. Oh, Niap going for the kill! Nice flick, nice flash from Senku, and makes himself invulnerable as well. He stays alive. Oh, one goes for the double one towards Senku, as well as 0-0, but one will fall towards the end. 2-for-1 trade though, still pretty good there. 2-for-2, they do lose Niap in the end, but here, Muffer already popped his ultimate. Can they get something else? Here comes Hans, so tanky, but the ultimate coming from Meina, locking him down, finishing him off. Muffer's in trouble, and it's only down to We're left standing. They lose 4 heroes from the side of Kagendron, and VKS back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, BKS did not want to allow them to run away from that fight. They kept them there and they locked them down. BKS understood the moment Senku as well as 0-0 were down, there was not enough damage coming from the side of KAGE. So Kagendra, they suffered at the hands of BKS once again, and the lead is restored. It's a comeback for the side of BKS.
Yep, back in the net worth lead is the Brazilian squad, and Yap has been absolutely really tearing them a new one. Senku was with a single skill from the Guan Yu down to half health already. This is why they picked up this hero. He can absolutely go towards the backline and demolish your Gun and Mo. And if you look at his items, Axel Torment already completed, the Cuirass already completed on towards Niep as well. He's going to be very tanky and also doing a lot of burst damage.
Exactly, but I like the fact that Senku actually built the Splendor first. So he was making sure that insurance policy was there after Spear of Reverberation. But this is a horrible sight for the side of KAGE because Kagendra is suffering. They're going to lose their tier 2 in the top lane. VKS get what they came for and they're going to run back. In the meantime, it looks like Hans is trying to make amends by pushing down the tier 2 of the bot as well. Reroll!
Oh, too much damage from Sasser, and you're gonna lose the Musashi straight away. Hans still trying to go 1 versus 4. He still has his ultimate. Can he pop it in time? Yes, he can. Survives for another millisecond, but will get bursted down. So VKS firmly in the driver's seat right now. Sasser with a double kill. They're going for more. Danny still in the front lines. 1 versus 3. Does not have his ultimate yet, so he has to watch out for that any sort of damage he takes in the near future. But with his teammates backing up, with the range of Mena and Sasser, he's able to back away. And this looks like a tier 1 tower in the mid going down to the side of VKS.
Yeah, VKS understand the strength, right? The moment Reroll is down, they don't mind taking a fight because the Road to Death is not available, which means the Imperiled state is non-existent. And as it stands now, VKS just taking everything across the map.
Tier 2 tower does fall. Danny in the front line. Senku a little bit too aggressive. Oh, looks like VKS will not progress any further, any deeper. They know that, you know, they are in the lead right now. They don't have to take any unnecessary risks. So they're more than happy to regroup towards the mid. Maybe take away some jungle objectives away from the side of KAGE before going up towards the high ground. They do still have the Overlord alive, so they can go for that. But here goes Danny, pops the ultimate, but gets knocked back there by Muffers. So an ultimate for an ultimate, still a very decent trade on both sides. But Muffers will find himself in a much tougher spot once that runs out.
Yeah, we can see the aggression coming from BKS, and for good reason as well. Most of them have already built up at least 3 core items. Right now, they're going to set their sights onto the Shadow Overlord. And at this point, it is a much more crumbling attempt from the side of BKS because it will use structural damage for sure.
Yeah, tier 3's in trouble here for the side of Kagendra. Now VKS is just going to just split up for a little bit, make sure that the waves are pushed out to get maximum value out of these vanguards. And Sasser is on an absolute crazy tear right now. 10,000 net worth lead, closing into 11. His Master's Blade is probably almost complete as well, and that is when the Lady Sun is going to provide so much right click damage.
Yep, he, if I'm not wrong, if I remember correctly, he already has the Crimson Reaper, Eternity Blade, along with the Master Sword as well. And that is a huge problem. X of Torment.
Oh, just trying to poke and prod. They do have so many heroes that can do damage from the far range. You got Mena, you got Sasser, you've got Niap, and you've got One. And if you're not careful, anytime one of these combinations do land on you, you will be in trouble. Danny's still standing towards the front line, soaking a bit more damage. Niep as well, trying One as well, trying to get towards the squishier backlines. We do see Zero finishing off the magic resistance, trying to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. But Senku is in not a good shape if he's trying to soak up any more damage. But so far, good defense coming in from the side of Kagendra. They lose nothing. None of the towers are down. Sure, they're a bit worse for wear, but still the tower is still left alive. That also means that VKS can't really dive in too deep to go for the kills. And nice focus fire from Kagendra, stopping the big dragon from doing any more damage.
Yep, regardless of all the action, this actually is the counter for the storm because they're just feeling VKS have yet to find the opening, yet we might see it once someone overextends, and that will be Hans.
Yep, Hans is towards the front lines. He's low. He has his ultimate still ready, but he's not going to be forced to use it just yet. Oh, huge damage being done by Niap. Knockback on towards Muffers, but not going to be able to finish anyone off. BKS will be able to back away from that though. and they still have the Tyrant open if they want to go for that, or can they just clear up most of the jungle objectives away from the side of VKS and then regen and go back for the Tyrant?
Yep, they peel and they steal, they get the tier 3 on the top as well. Let's take a look at the itemization. They pretty much have everything already at this point, just missing the last core item. Blood Rage already completed onto the KAGE, which means Dani is going to be a monster at this point. They're going to be able to kill him yet.
Yeah, Daybreaker
Oh
also
my
completed.
goodness.
Oh, huge damage from one on towards Senko. He's in trouble. There comes one towards the backline. Huge damage done. Wyra trying to run away from that, but a knockback on towards the DRNJ. He will fall, and the kill from Niep on towards the Senku as well. It's gonna be 4 heroes down, leaving only the Byron to left and defend the 2 tier 3 towers. Meina was the sole victim from the side of VKS, but this is more than enough for the side of VKS to try and end the game. Can Hans drag out another 20 seconds or so for his teammates to come back in, but the Guan Yu doing so much damage, so does Sasser, so does the Crystal go down, and VKS will take game number 1.
Yep, they take a giant lead for the side of Vivo Stars here, securing the first game. I think it was an impressive performance by the side of Kagendra. They did well to establish their lead and dominance in the early parts of the game, but they did not control the members of VKS enough, which means the growth was stifled, and in the late game, you could see how potent that draft was.
Absolutely, and I love that you called it early. They needed to shut down Niap. They needed to shut down the Guan Yu because we saw him go an absolute tear towards the backline. I mean, VKS was behind by 1,500, 2,000 gold in the early stages of the game, but once Niap was activated, he was able to kill off 2 heroes by himself, and that was the turning point of the entire game. I mean, you were on point. Shut down Niap or suffer, and boy, did they suffer.
Yep, the funny thing was Niap didn't actually use his Razor Cavalry that much, but the moment he did, when they broke the tier 3 on the top, it was absolutely insane. 4 members taken down, and it was just easy pickings, right? Hans, 1v5, there's no way he could hold for 20 seconds.
Yep, absolutely not. I mean, at that point, when you have 4 heroes down, they still have their marksman. Crystal was exposed. It was like an impossible situation for Hans to really deal with all of them. But still, you know, VKS showcasing why they were the defending champions of Season 1. They're coming back here with a vengeance, with a point to prove that, you know, their run was not a fluke. They can go against the best teams of the world, and they do it with impressive fashion in game number 1.
Yep, so I'm just gonna give a quick shout out to Senku here. I think Senku did a very good job on this Ganimore here. You know, with all of the comments that was given by the side of VKS, I think he did show some glimmer of hope, some shades of brilliance here from the side of Kagendra, building into the Void Staff with the Savant's Wrath, Scepter of Reverberation, as well as the Splendor. And the Splendor came really early, right after the Scepter of Reverberation. He did a couple of nice outplays, shut down one for a moment. But if you take a look at the growth on items, Caesar, like we mentioned, fully built with a full stock of butter at this point. Axe of Torment, Eternity Blade with the Crimson Reaper Master Sword, as well as the Sky Piercer, no, Daybreaker. It's a hard one. 5-0-5, 13,000 in the pocket. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna be stopped at any point.
Nah, at that point, with the Lady Sun, with this itemization at that point of the game, you literally have almost no chance against the Lady Sun once he reaches that stage. But let's take a look at the stats here. Senku, fantastic damage dealt for the rest of his team. 0-0 tried his best as well, but against the likes of Sasser in the late game stage, against one who's been absolutely landing his skills, really just poking them from far range. And of course, Niap, the unsung hero in this game. Sure, his damage dealt was the least. Sure, he wasn't the tankiest of his team, but boy, did he open up the game for VKS to take away.
Yep, and you can see the benefits, right? The benefits of the VKS lineup is the fact that they are a poke and peel composition. So they could always peel you out. And that's one of the hidden benefits of a Guan Yu, right? He's able to use his heroic charge once he has the passive proc as well. It deals massive damage against the knockback as well. And at that point, it really sets up the stage for 1. And that last jump in by 1, my goodness, was it a masterful one.
Absolutely. I mean, masterful is, I wouldn't say it's an exaggeration, because that control was perfect there from the side of VKS. And you can see, despite Kagendran getting that early game lead, almost up to 4,000, one fight around the Shadow Tyrant in the bottom lane, where we did see Niap get that 2 kills, and despite their best efforts there, Kagendra just let the game slip through their fingers, and VKS was able to end the game with true VKS fashion, just absolutely running over whatever defenses that Kagendra had was able to put up.
Yeah, so of course for Kagendra, they are not really happy with the result, but VKS, this is another day in the office, right? So Kagendra at this point, I think, you know, the silver lining is they do have the potential, and let's take a look about potential. 1 is the one that is responsible. That last play, my goodness, the knockup, really changing the entire state of the game against Kagendra, putting them back into the place that VKS once decided they were supposed to be in. Now, as we take a look at the highlights later, I think one of the things that you would notice about Kagendra's lineup is they did manage to make decent trades across the map, but once again, if you don't stifle the growth of Niap, you don't stifle the growth of One, and especially Sesa, it's a done deal.
Absolutely. You need to stop these players from reaching their critical mass, reaching the points where they're the most comfortable in their game. Here we do see the Splendor really coming to play, but Niap always ready for the next burst of damage. And at this point, I mean, it was still a 4,000 lead there coming from the side of Kagendra, but they were not able to take the fight, and this was it. This was the turning point of the entire game. Niap getting 2 kills, really helping his team out, just locking down Senku. Sorry, it was One that did that, but Niap and One, definitely a 1-2 combination that just turned this entire game around. And despite this effort, it was still a 3 versus 3 fight, but the Byron could not do much because look at Mayna, locked down on the Byron. If the Byron cannot right click, the Byron cannot heal, the Byron cannot damage, and the Byron cannot survive. And that was the turning point of the entire game here. And you know, VKS never let their foot off the pedal. They've always been looking for more, going for more, and boy did they get more and more. Double kill here onto Assassin, and this was the high ground push that was the end of game number 1. The one! The knockback, the kill on towards Wirral, the lockdown on towards the Direnjie. Clinical execution coming from the side of VKS. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and everybody did their jobs.
Yep, so based on what we have seen so far, looks like theory and practice are similar for the side of VKS. Now we're going to see if Kagendra is going to be able to change the story at this point, because bear in mind, this is just game 1. This is a best of 5 series. Of course, VKS looking to repeat the performance of their counterparts from Brazil to try and secure a 3-0, similar to what Loops did yesterday. But as it stands now, I think Kagendra could potentially pull off an upset against VKS.
I mean, that start was a good overwhelming start that I've seen a team get against the defending champions. I mean, you're playing against VKS. I mean, they've been champions. They've been the best team, one of the best teams in Chalk BR for the longest of time. And if you're able to get that early lead against them, that goes to show you can fight. You just need to execute a little bit better towards the mid to late game stages. So, Kagendra, you know, definitely the underdogs of this matchup, but it's not going to be easy for VKS as well.
Yeah, so curious to see how the draft is going to be like. I think they did a pretty decent job of the draft, to be honest. They had the different win conditions, or at least the stalemates, right? With Han, speaking of the Byron, it did really affect the gameplay of the Guan Yu in the top lane as well, right? The electrifying charge and the storm strike as well. It did spoil the game a little bit, but as the game goes on later, I think the benefit of having the Gun and Moore really just dwindled down because there was no place to kind of burst down Lady Sun from that point on.
Yeah, I guess the only point where, you know, I feel like Kagendra could have done better in the mid-game stage was around the Musashi. They didn't really play around the Musashi a lot. He was kind of like, he was pretty much a non-factor in the mid to late game stages, so didn't really activate your jungle hero, which is very important to do so, because without him having a good game, you're gonna be playing on the back foot.
Yeah, difficult, right? Because his priority target was going to be on the jungler, which was going to be Dani, right? He wanted to lock down that Kaiser, but if he committed that duel to the death, Niap and One would have been waiting for him. So he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. But this time, let's take a look at game 2. This is going to be KAGE going up against VKS. First few bans, the High Noah along with the RLE going to be taken away from KAGE.
Yep. just classic bans here. They do leave out the Dun for VKS to pick up, one of Danny's favorite heroes. They might just decide to pick it up in this first phase straight away. It will be the Lady Sun once again. And Zhang Fei, I mean, this combination has been potent for whoever picks it up. And VKS, I mean, Sasser had an absolute tear of a game in the previous game, and I see absolutely no reason why they shouldn't just run it back. But hey, they give up the Elaine and the Lady Zen away to KAGE, a very lethal 1-2 punch as well that we've been seeing having great success in the group stages and also in the knockouts.
Yep, hopefully, you know, they will be able to lock down the Lady Sun long enough, because Elaine's Meteor Q, sure, it gets a couple of lockdown for a little bit, but Lady Sun will be able to use the rolling rate to get away. Bear in mind, we do have the Forbidden Domain by Zhang Fei as well as the Leaping Savior. And I like this. They take the Marco Polo, so with the Doomsday and Sparkforge Dagger, they will be able to melt the Zhang Fei down, but they need a little bit more.
Yep, they need someone to go up in front, because you don't want the Marco Polo to start tanking damage. He can't take too much from the Lady Sun. He needs someone else to set up the initiation before he goes in with the ultimate. But VKS, Niap had a fantastic game on the Guan Yu, and they want to try and repeat that again, picking up the Guan Yu for Niap and letting him have that clash against the Elaine.
Yep, and timing is of the importance here. We're talking about that clash lane matchup here. Hans needs to be in a perfect position to kind of stop Niap when he comes in with the heroic charge as well. And that's going to be a very tough job to do. Now let's take a look at the bans coming out from VKS. It's going to take away the Kaiser as well as the Mai. And I think this is a pretty smart one because, like you said, they need tankability, right? They don't have enough tank.
Yep, the Dun is still open there for VKS to pick up. If Kagendran doesn't ban it out here, I'm pretty sure Danny just takes it up in the 4th or 5th pick here for the side of VKS. That's probably their cookie cutter here. Shangguan being banned out there by Kagendran, and we should be seeing the Dun here and followed it up by. There's no Mai, there's no Shangguan, there's no Princess Frost, there's no Lady Zen. What's the best mage in this situation here, Kin?
I think Mortal works fine here. Ideally, it would be someone with stun as well. We could look at the Niwa as well. Niwa could be an interesting pick, right? Because of the box, he's able to lock them in place as well, which will prove to be a very strong point, right? Imagine if the Guan Yu is able to consistently just knock them against the boxes.
Oh,
that would be quite an interesting sight. But no, they go for the Da Qiao mid. Oh my god, this is one of my favorite ones.
I love it. I love the Da Qiao mid. I mean, you know, generally she's played in the support role, but she actually can deal a lot of damage. A very susceptible hero that deals damage, and not to mention the CCs that she provides, right? 2 skills that has knock up and slows, and then just damage over time. You finish a Mask of Agony, then suddenly you're doing a lot of damage. Not to mention the saves with your ultimate and the global presence as well. But another interesting hero pickup here from the side of Kagendran. They go for the Butterfly in the jungle, which means that it's going to be a Lian Po support for the side of Kagendran.
I like it. So Lian Po, as we all know, with the Burst Ram as well as the Tremor Smash and stuff like that, all of these are CC immune, so he's going to be able to deal with Niap pretty well, and Da Qiao as well. The other side, the only other team that I've seen it that I remember pulling out with Butterfly is LGD. So Butterfly, pretty good tank, pretty good damage. They will be going up against a Luna though.
Yep, the Danny special here. It's never a series if Danny doesn't whip out the Luna at least once in this entire matchup. So great to see him showing it in the second game. I mean, that's one of Danny's favorite heroes in the jungle, and he has a huge hero pool. The Dun was probably the most obvious pick there, but you know, Danny decided, hey, let's have some fun. We're gonna pick up the Luna. He's gonna be playing against the Lady Zen, Butterfly, and Marco Polo, and the Luna is gonna be absolutely perfect for that role. You can chase, you can lock down, and Marco Polo has nowhere to run.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of looking a bit spicy for the side of Kagendra because VKS do have certain angles of entry into the backlines, which I don't think KAGE will be able to deal with, right? Because Lian Po is more of a aggressive kind of support.
Yeah, the Lianpo can't really peel that well after the stuns and the ultimates. That's all he can really bring to the table. But you've got the Guan Yu, you've got the Luna being played by Danny, and that's gonna be very quickly being able to get towards your backline. And this mid lane, one up already pushing out the wave very quickly. They're gonna make the rotations up towards top to help the Guan Yu shut down the lane, but looks like they have other things in mind. Nyap already scattered up top, knows that it's a blue buff start for the butterfly, as it usually is, and they're gonna focus more on towards the bottom now.
Yep, it's a tough situation to be in. Muffa is going to be locked against the wall here, taking unnecessary damage against VKS, but it's not his fault. Mayna actually making the world's difference in terms of the XP. Simply because of the smite as well. But more importantly, we want to share our love for Da Xiao in the mid. And now you must be able to use the second skill to flee or buff, right? So you must have big situational and map awareness. Skill 2 called Sea of Fate. Please, 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 for the life of me, know that when a circle appears on the floor, you're supposed to step on it into it and get TP'd back to base. I'm just tilting over the amount of times people have not stepped in my circle.
Yeah, this version is a bit harder because you have to be in the circle when the timer ends, but in the Chinese client, you can purchase an item which allows you... Oh, top lane, never mind, let's hold that thought for now. Nyap in trouble. Nyap gonna fall. Nyap still surviving. Oh, he's gonna get a kill. He's gonna get a return kill onto his hands. Oh my god, Nyap. He's gonna pop his sprint. He's gonna get the hell out of there. What a play there from Nyap. They thought they had that in the bag, but Nyap just ran circles, literal circles around him.
Yep, what an outplay, and with that, he's gonna have the advantage for the lane as well, the EXP lead, and this is going to be disastrous for the side of Kagendra because right now, bot lane pressured as well. What can they do? Nothing much. Sea of Fate gonna be placed down, and one going to TP home. Bye-bye.
Just really toying with their food at the moment is VKS. I mean, that was that top play. They're probably already standing on their feet there. At least Nyap is after getting that return kill. But hey, good start here for the side of VKS. Already 1,000 net worth lead going towards their side. And 0-0 on the Marco Polo. That's one of those heroes you don't want to fall behind at the start. It's hard to come back from a bad game on the Marco Polo.
Oh, for sure. And at this point, VKS, they have their number. It's going to be a secondary kill. Muffa is going to be taken down as VKS looks so strong.
Oh no, Mayna in trouble. You don't want to get the reset on towards the butterfly. He's going for more, gets the double. He's going to get another kill. And Nyap in trouble. He TP down bottom, but it's not going to be enough. They lose 3 heroes from the side of VKS, and that was probably the worst situation that they could have found themselves in. But hey, Danny is in the fray. He cannot fight the butterfly at this moment. The butterfly, after getting 2 kills, the reset is just so quickly, and Danny is just not farmed enough to take it to his face.
I mean, this is such a funny thing, right? Every time we praise a team, they die. So should we just stop praising them or something?
It's like a curse that, casters put on people. I think we should call it the caster's curse.
Yeah, we can. Yep, here going 1v1 against Hans. It's a pseudo one because Wyro is looking for the next target here.
A bit too deep there for Nyap. He doesn't have his full bar charge. He's gonna go for the slow. Can he get it in time? Nope, he gets out of there. The Guan Yu just moves too fast, and Wyro didn't have his enough items yet to burst him down. But Danny on the other side will be able to burst down the Tyrant. But Kagendra will get something for themselves as well. They can lock that down the Overlord.
Yep, I like the pace of the response, right? KAGE is doing really well. Every single time VKS seems to have an advantage, KAGE in the early game will always match, buff for buff.
Yeah, that was a good call. Like you see the Tyrant going down, there's no way you respond to defend that. Hey, you go for the next best thing, which is the Overlord up the top. So here comes the ultimate coming from the Da Xiao. Oh, but huge Princess Frost ultimate drop down as well, locking down 2. That might spell trouble for Nyap. Nyap will fall. Butterfly resets her skills and goes for more. Danny, not a fight you're gonna be in. Another kill going towards the butterfly. Everybody goes down on the side of VKS except one. And you do not, I repeat, you do not want to feed a butterfly.
That's right, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Definitely something that VKS hates at this point. And Wyro just showing everyone that Kagendra is still in the game.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see much more of this hero. I mean, She used to be the most banned hero almost every single game leading up to Season 1 and even a few tournaments after that. But she sort of fell off coming towards Season 2. But hey, I'm happy to see her being showcased here in this series, giving Kagendra such a huge lead. They get a kill on towards Danny. Oh, that is absolutely huge. Oh, but they get a return though for the side of VKS. Sasser will be able to finish off 0-0. So little consolation prize for the Brazilian side as they look to try and stabilize the game.
Yep, I was about to say, hey, that could be a VKS advantage, but they lost Dani here, so it's a pretty hard trade, and I think it actually goes in favor of KAGE.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dani on the Luna. Luna is one of those heroes where she can absolutely take over the game, but the moment she dies a couple of too many times, that's when she feels so squishy if she's not ahead in terms of net worth.
Oh, for sure. Dani now looking at the blue buff. So Azure Golem going to be taken away. In the meantime, the rest of KAGE, look at the map control that they have. They're setting up here. Reverse.
Oh, so much damage onto Sasser. Sasser almost falls to the lady's end, but nice timing from Niap as well as Movers to keep everyone alive. Senko will be the first one to fall. The ultimate coming from Movers, absolutely useless. Not really knocking everybody up, but he will be able to survive and back up for now. And his passive will be able to heal him up to a decent spot. One has been playing phenomenally so far, hasn't really died so much, but you don't really expect the Da Chao to die too many times. But let's take a look at the fight. Danny got caught out in the lady's end. Here comes Movers to knock up, and then the secondary right click will finish her off. That was very clean, a very clean kill, and they didn't really have to sacrifice too much.
Yep, so it felt like, you know, Dani was a little bit greedy there. Wyro gonna try and look for an opening here, but it's Mena, right? So I don't think they're gonna get a kill. Kagendra now need to establish a little bit more map control because on the bot side, they're suffering quite a bit. Da Chao as well as Niap gonna be looking to take this, and they should be able to.
Yeah, having the Da Chao playing on the other side of the map is just so good. It's a fight or flight situation that they can decide on the fly. If they feel good, they can get the numbers advantage by using the Da Chao ultimate to teleport everybody in. If they don't feel good, hey, we just pop the second skill from the Da Chao and just keep everyone alive. And one who's taking a lot of damage from the butterfly, almost straight down to half health, but we'll be able to walk away from that.
Yeah, for now it's just about map control. They want to poise and prime themselves for the next neutral objective. This is going to be the Tyrant and the spawning of the Overlord as well. KAGE, they need to keep their eyes on check.
Yep, 6 seconds and VKS has the position towards the bottom side. Luna's already there pushing out the bottom lane. And it's going to be a 5 versus 4 fight because Elaine's a bit too far to join in this. Maybe he's going to be more than happy to take the trade. We're gonna get the Overlord and the tier 1 tower on top. That's gonna be what our response to the bottom 5-man is, and that allows Kagendra to get something back out of nothing. Oh, almost going for the kill there. 0-0, taking a lot of damage from Danny, but a bit too deep for Danny's taste, and they're gonna back off.
Yep, so with the Sea of Fate, they get TP'd back home once again. So, superior map rotation coming out from the side of VKS. Now it's really up to Kagendra. Can they up the pace? Can they make the rotations faster or maybe get a kill or not? Let's take a look at the itemization. So far, the Da Chao already has the Mask of Agony, probably going to the Holy Grail as well. So he's gonna be even more irritating because he's gonna have technically unlimited mana.
Yeah, I mean, the Holy Grail is just such a crucial item for mana-heavy heroes like the Heino, like the Da Chao, who just wants to constantly spam up skills, and also keeps her more easier to survive. Drops the ultimate just in case, gets back up in, but the real fight is up here in the top lane, waiting for the Overlord to spawn in another 30 seconds or so. VKS really putting a lot of emphasis to try and defend that.
Yep, it's difficult, right? Because right now, there's so many things that KAGE needs to take care of. And Kagendra, if they don't play their cards right, VKS can easily take any one of the T1 turrets, maybe even the tier 2s in the top and the mid as well. And that's exactly what they're poising to do.
Yes, they have the Vanguards to push out the side lanes. That means that they are going to be able to pressure the mid. Danny's up there to try and finish off the Vanguard before it reaches the tower, so that's going to be one lane of pressure removed. Bottom lane was already removed there as well by one. That means only the mid is where most people are just chilling around for the moment. A lane going for Danny, or is it Danny going for a lane? Nobody knows. who's going to come out on top of this, but they rotate the butterfly over here to try and take the fight. Danny, 1v2 situation. Is this really somewhere you want to dive in? He still has his mark, nice control. Elaine pops the death on Sunset, trying to go for it. Niam gets knocked up. He's trying to run away. Will be able to. Danny providing a little bit more support, a little bit of crowd control for Niap to back away, and he will be able to walk away with his life.
It's a tough one because at this point VKS have superior map control. They are just peeling and buying time because any time the Da Qiao is away from Dani itself, he is actually able to make a very cross map and global plays. And at this point of time, KAGE, they will lose out on map control. They will have eyes on the Tyrant, but the turrets are suffering.
Absolutely, they still have the two towers in mid, but here in towards the Tyrant, it's gonna be a tough fight. Who's gonna get the last hit? It's gonna be Danny with the smite. That's a crucial kill theft from the side of VKS, taking it away. And boy, oh boy, one team fight might decide the game yet again here, Kin, as they lose Hans. And this mid tier 1 tower is not long for this world. It's not looking good here for the side of Kagendra, as they did manage to just steal away the Red Sage Golem as well. It will be Sasser having that buff. Oh no, actually it was 0-0 they got the last hit. So a little silver lining there for the side of Kagendra, but they find themselves behind in net worth once again.
Yep, it's a tough one to call, right? But at this point, you know, I'm gonna have to be objective about it. I think Kagendra is gonna have a very tough game ahead of themselves at this point because VKS, they have hit all of their markers across itemization, across experience, across map control, and at this point they're stifling the growth of 0-0. So it's a tough one. They need to find targets, and there's no way VKS is going to allow Y-Rod to just go into a 1v5 situation and walk away alive again.
Yeah, it's tough right now, right? Butterfly relies so much on her snowball in the early game, and she did get off to a hot start, but the next two fights that happened, Weeraw wasn't really able to get anything done, and her item progression is falling back. You know, that Danny's already at 10,000 net worth, so is Lady Sun. Danny, look at that, 1 versus 4, spots out a bad situation, gets the hell out of dodge, and will be able to survive. Also giving information to his team that, hey, top tower is all for you today.
Yep, so there's a lot of poke once again coming out from the VKS lineup. Take a look at that, the heroic charge every single time lands it. It's going to be a very painful experience for the likes of KAGE. They're going to try and chase here movers, just trying to dissuade them and maybe provide some deterrence. But once again, tunnel vision, because Dani going to be able to just crash the waves in once again. Dani.
Oh, Danny really playing with fire, playing the front lines against 4. Does so much damage against movers. That means that they should have enough confidence to try and take this tier 2 tower. It will fall in the end, and the Shadow Overlord is alive. That might be where they're making the beeline to. Danny's gonna start it out when KAGE is just busy defending their base.
Yeah, Dani and Seiza, the duo of death at this point. Gonna be easy pickings for them. This is going to be the Shadow Overlord going into the hands of VKS. And no wonder they call key stars, because what a star-like performance thus far.
Yeah, from all of the key players, absolutely crucial. Danny forgot the blue buff. Alright, he's gonna go back and get it. No harm, no foul. All 3 waves still pushed out. They do have the Vanguards spawning right now, and they're going to try and focus on 2 lanes. They're gonna try and bait Kagendra to defend 1 lane and then push down the other at the same time.
Yep, I don't know how they're gonna do it because they're so tanky on the side of VKS. August Word, they have the Insatiable Tomb, Breakthrough Robe as well, and the Ominous Premonition. It's a hard one. I don't see how they're gonna break the life bars of VKS, especially one on Dani.
Yeah, but not to mention they do still have to save on towards 1 as well. You can send back a player and then just bring him back with his ultimate. Oh, there goes Danny going very deep, trying to finish down Weeraw. But Weeraw is able to survive there. Bottom tier 1 tower does fall. The second wave of Vanguards is out, and this mid lane tower should be the next target here for the side of VKS, as they're still holed up in their base, trying their best to survive. But Lady Sun can really just... Oh, here comes the death on sunset. 1 actually falls towards 0-0. Niap trying to go towards the backline. Is it going to be enough to bring him down? No, it's not. Hans has to back away from that, but still good defense here coming from the side of KAGE. They pick up 1 for nothing, and that will signify the end of the push from VKS towards the high ground.
Yep, they spent all of their ultimates to get down 1. I think that's a pretty decent effort at this point.
but can they repeat it again? Because they need to do this at least a few more times. Danny may have gotten caught.
Nah, he's alright. He's a Luna. He's got the buff. He's got his Sage Golem buff. He's gonna give the his own teams to Sasser, allowing her more tumbles, allowing her to deal more damage, and it's getting to a point here, Kin, that the next team fights, despite this 5,000 net worth lead by from the side of VKS, can still go either way.
Yep, they could if they allow V-Raw to come in, but here comes Nyap as well. Oh, the nice block.
Oh, there's too much damage on towards V-Raw as well. Muffers will fall together. Two heroes are down. They're gonna try and go for more. Senko in trouble. Senko gonna fall. Triple kill going towards the way of Sasser. They're going for more. Hans trying to stand his best, but Danny sucks him back. Drops the death on Sunset, trying to get his best kill. He gets the kill to Sasser. That might be a saving grace. And Danny will fall in the end. Has to pop the Sage's Sanctuary to stay alive. He's trying to go for more. Trying to go for 0-0, but 0-0 really keeping things alive for the side of Kagendron at the moment. 3 versus 2 situation, but VKS just took a little bit too much damage.
Yep, at this point, one just playing out of his mind. Severing Surge along with the Leaping Koi Tai, providing so much difficulty for them to jump in. Eye of the Whirlpool going to be dropped down as well.
Yep, and they're trying to push up the high ground here. Senko is not alive as of yet. 0-0 has to go back to base to heal up. The mid lane is being pushed out there by one, and they will have the creep wave joining them momentarily. So VKS can continue to breathe easy. Kagendron can continue to breathe a sigh of relief as they are still holding on to this game. Danny steals away the Sage Golem buff, and Niat takes the blue away from the side of Kagendron.
Well, the saving grace is somehow, I mean somehow, Kagendra is lasting the game. It's 17 minutes, they're still alive. Yes, the base is pretty broken, but at this point, they're still alive, right? There's still a chance.
Yeah, and anytime you still take a breath, you have a chance to beat your opponent. But if Danny is able to get this Overlord uncontested, that might be a rough situation for Kagendron to come back from, because they already got 2 lanes. That only mid lane is left alive, and they should be sending the Tyrant towards the mid lane to assist them and help them push. And yes, it will be towards the mid lane.
Yep, a Baron base is one of the prerequisites to winning a game in style, and looks like VKS will keep it that way. Right now, 0-0, he does have pretty decent itemization. He's able to melt down a couple of tanks as well, but he needs a bit more time. And every single time, one is making life very difficult because he isn't able to get the roaming gun off at the perfect times.
Yeah, that's how annoying that this liner can be. Here we go, trying to take a fight here. Guan Yu towards the back line, but pops the Splendor to keep himself alive is the Lady Zen. But here towards the front line, oh, Hans taking a lot of damage. A knockup coming from the Lian, doing so much damage. White Sasser going for a kill, but Muffers barely surviving there. But ultimately, they do still lose the tier 3 tower. They still have 2 Guardians alive, and that might be enough to try and end the game at this point. Trying to take a fight. Does V-Raw have anything to say about it? Does Senko have his ultimate ready? Yes, he does. So they're just waiting for the next upcoming fight.
Yeah, dancing on knife's edge here. They can't lose a single member because VKS essentially have a rewind button with the Sea of Fate. And here we go. This is going to be the destructive. The lose. They're going to try and land them down. Danny catches one, but he just manages to poke them away. So 0 fearing for a life. And it looks like VKS make the call. I think let's just go for the Tempest Dragon instead.
Yep, absolutely. Wait for the Tempest Dragon to respawn in 10 seconds or so to secure the game. It is a 6,000 net worth lead going towards the way of VKS at the moment. Kills are 10-10. And it still feels like they're really being suffocated on the map at the moment. Danny can do absolutely anything he wants and still gets away with it.
Yep, with the Zero Golem buff, he will have faster cooldowns as well as mana regen. So it's important they catch vision as well to see who the target is. Hans gets spotted out by the Radiance here, so they need to be careful on how they approach the fights.
Yeah, they need to make sure that their angle of engagement is all covered. They need to make sure that Sasser is protected. Danny has someone else to go with him towards the front line. So doesn't get any easier from here on out, even if you're VKS right now with a huge lead. One bad fight and that net worth lead can completely flip on its head.
Reroll, I think considering whether he wants to jump onto Nyap or not, hasn't had the best results thus far. right, from the start of the game. But we'll see.
Yeah, we're seeing the top lane.
Oh,
Danny
D1.
trying to take a fight against the lane. A little bit too much damage coming from Danny at the moment, so he can't really try and finish it off. But here in the mid lane, 4 heroes are gathered from the side of Vivo Keystars, while bottom lane is already pushed out all the way to the creep waves, and the Guan Yu is going to help himself out with a red buff as well.
If they're playing the map really well, VKS, of course, Season 1 Invitational Champion, they know what they're doing. At this point, it's about finding and forcing them into a corner, right? And VKS very adept at doing that as well.
Yeah, but credits to Kagendra, they've still been managed to find farm to hold on at the moment, so it's not the end of the road for them. But with this Tempest Dragon spawning once again, it's
a tough one.
It's definitely a tough one. They are looking like, you know, the Marco Polo is pretty farmed. He's at 16,000 net worth, and it's pretty much fully slotted right now. Already has the Sage's Sanctuary, but still, he can't be the one to go in first, take a team fight. You gotta have someone else to do that specific role.
Yeah, we're looking at the final forms. We have the Winter committed by the 0-0. So this is going to be an important one. If he can get his Viva Barrage along with the Winter activation, it will be huge against the side of VKS.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of huge, this Tempest Dragon already down to half health. Will the side of Kagendran actually go back and defend?
They have to, right? So VKS at this point is they know what's going on. They don't have to complete this. Danny going in. If he can get the kill here, it's gonna be huge.
No.
He's gonna jump in, gets frozen.
Oh, Danny, he still has his Sage's Sanctuary, so he has a second win, a second fight. Will he teleport back to Blaze? The Splendor does get popped. He's looking for the TP. Can he get it off? No, he resurrects once again. TP, no, not enough in time, not in time. Sasser will fall, as well as the side of VKS. They're trying to run away. Mena will be the next kill, going towards the way of Kagendran, and things are starting to flip here. The Marco Polo is on fully slotted situation, and Hans has been able to recover for
he might be taken down. Yep, they need to be really careful here. Tempest Dragon's going to be threatened by the side of KAGE. So Kagendra, but they don't have the damage because at this point, Danny is still alive. They're looking for the kill. They get the launch. Danny is down. KAGE have done it. Now they just need to finish up the Tempest Dragon, but they don't have a lot of life left.
Yep, 4 versus 2 situation right now. Niap and Danny looks like they will be giving it up. Unless, you know, Kagendra makes a mistake around here. Takes too much damage from the dragon and then just fall.
Yeah, they just need to keep eyes on Nyap here. He's going to have a very important role. His Razor Cavalry as well as a heroic charge might be the game difference.
Yeah,
and
the backline one gets nuked down. Wero's going for more, but Muffers will fall. So will Danny and 1. So 2 versus 4 situation once again. The Tempest Dragon at least is still being protected, and saving grace there for the side of VKS is that they are still ahead in terms of all the net worth. Waves are pushing in, and they are more than happy to go towards the late game.
They can't do it, right? There's too much wave pressure, and all of the benefits that VKS have reaped for themselves is starting to show at this point. Right now it's a reset of the situation, so Tempest Dragon's still available. We are hitting the 24-minute mark. Danny now knows he's at risk, right? Reroll can kill him already.
Yeah, just way too much damage. We talked about how Luna is not the tankiest of the jungle heroes once he hits that late game stage, and Danny has been really susceptible to the nuke damage coming from the side of KAGE.
Yeah, Reroll actually mistakenly showed himself for the lane itself, so he has to clear the wave. At this point, it's a push and pull, right? Seesaw moment.
Yeah, it can go either way. We are reaching the late game stage of Honor of Kings, where one bad fight and the game is pretty much over. And the net worth is basically 0. The difference is 0 at the moment. So it all comes down to the macro decisions, the macro plays, who can execute better, who can take the next team fight better, or who gets picked off. Sage's Sanctuary, cooldown. Let's take a look who has that ready already. It looks like at least Sasser has his up and running. Danny also had his. But on the other side, Marco Polo does not has his Sage's Sanctuary up. Neither does Wero. So, you know, 1 life. They have 1 life to play with.
Yep. Interestingly, Movers actually goes for the Howling Wind. They want that extra movement speed, but Movers is not even close to anyone on the team, so I'm not sure how the Howling Wind is supposed to work for them at this point.
Your Tempest Dragon being attempted here from the side of VKS while also pushing up the top lane. You see they are hovering the Da Xiao around the Luna just to make sure that, hey, if they are trying to contest, we out everybody to the top lane and end the game. If they try and fight us on the top, we'll just go back and fight around the Tyrant as well. So Tempest Dragon as well. So many options for the side of VKS. They're really trying to force mistakes here coming from the side of Kagendran. But to no avail right now. They're gonna go straight back towards and try and burst it down as quickly as possible because Elaine is not here for the fight.
Oh, 0-0. He needs to make something work. Can he go in for the steal? Where's the butterfly?
Butterfly, oh, he's coming back in. Mayna will be the one to get the last hit, so that's gonna be a Tempest Dragon going down. They get the Kyoto's Muffers as well. Muffers, Mayna pops the ultimate, trying to go for more, but the flash, oh, here comes the huge damage from the lane towards the back line. He's trying to do the best he can. Then he does fall. Marco Polo doing so much damage. They do lose one more hero. That's gonna be Weeraw going down. Oh, but the lightning damage from the Tempest Dragon, allowing Mayna to get the final blow on towards the Marco Polo. And this might be it here, kid. 2-0 will be the scoreline for the side of VKS as they take a nail-biter of a win against Kagendran, who's just been playing better and better as the series progresses, but it's still not enough. VKS will be one game away from moving on to the top 4.
Well, we expected things to be a little different, right, for this series itself, but VKS, I think they had a mini heart attack at that point. But props to Kagendra, they did so well for themselves. Unfortunate that they did not close this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Kagendra, that was a crazy performance from them, being able to showcase their mettle, their worth against the likes of VKS. The game's first series, it was a good start for them. Second series, they played really well towards the mid and late game stages of the entire game, and ultimately, one bad fight, that was all the late game. The entire late game was, and VKS, they were smarter in preparing that final fight. They moved the lane up towards the top to try and push out the lane, and then took a 5 versus 4 fight in the bottom. That was experience and strategy coming to play, and caught Kagendran off guard. But at that point in time, 2 lanes down, there was no good call there for Kagendran to really do.
Yeah, I mean, the odds were against them at this point, and VKS, there's a reason why they won, and why they won so hard, right? Yep. Simply because of the map and wave management as well. The ability to take the turrets did matter a lot in the late game, because there was no chance for Kagendra to really go in and pressure the Tempest Dragons, because they constantly had to defend the base.
Yeah, the cross-map pressure was just too much, and that's also why having the Da Xiao on your team is just so good, because you're able to have multiple outs, multiple ways to play how you want to play across the map. So VKS able to get the win from here. Not the easiest performance, not the easiest game for sure, and that was probably one of the best performances from Kagendran so far, able to bring VKS down to the Tempest Dragon. But ultimately, experience does matter. And they were able to take the win. And look at Sasser's net worth, 20,000 on that Lady Sun.
Yep, insane, really big win for the side of VKS. Although it's a pretty shaky one, regardless of how they actually played the map, it was in a good condition. But I think KAGE gave them a scare at that point. Now, I just want to take a look at Dani as well. One, I think the two of them played a very integral role, right? So one with the Frozen Breath and the Mask of Agony as well as the Holy Grail, these 3 magical items did so much damage against KAGE, and I believe one should have decent damage as well with Dani as well.
Yeah,
wow, he almost doubles the value of Dani.
Yeah, the Luna towards the end, he's really just there to soak up damage, to try and control some players, put up shields, survive, be flashy, be hard to kill, but not really being able to deal a lot of damage towards the end, only to clean up hard to go targets. But the damage from Sasser is just way too easy, and of course one with the Mask of Agony and how that works with the first skill of the Da Xiao just really ensures that the damage will be constant from the Dachau mid.
Yeah, props to the side of Kagendra, right? I think Hans did a really good job. He tanked up to 180,000 worth of damage coming out from the side of VKS. Bought a lot of time, opened the map for Re-Raw to really come in, get a couple of the kills as well. But it's a team game, right? So VKS showing that they are the better team at this point.
Absolutely, the experience, the movement across the maps absolutely did matter. I mean, VKS, they were down. They were down about 2,000. Then Kagendran, VKS was up by 2,000 at the start. Then Kagendran started to take control of the mid game, but the late game movement across the map was just all on VKS's favor, and they were able to close out the game despite it going that late. I mean, this was not the situation that the first seed VKS was expecting against a more underdog team, but at least they were able to find the win towards the end.
Yeah, for sure. This is the benefit of fresh faces, right? We get exciting matches. The old champions and the veterans get a taste of what the new boys and new kids on the block have to offer as well. I'm just really curious about the MVP of this game. I think it's a contest between Juan and Dani, but we'll see who it is. It is actually going to be Mena, that Zhang Fei, the support. He took 183,000 damage as well, dealing 91,000 himself. Very, very good saving grace because he did his unbridled outburst at such critical moments, saving leaping saviors onto Caesar, onto Danny, saving them multiple times across the match.
Yeah, and in the closing of the game, I'm not sure if you noticed that, but maybe you'll catch that in the replay, is that Mena was the one to finish off two of the core heroes on the side of Kagendran as they were trying to escape. He just stuck to them, utilized the lightning from the Tempest Dragon, and got two crucial kills. One of it was on 0-0, and I forgot who. I think the other one was on Reroll. So yeah, he was integral to help VKS close out the game, and let's see if it's we're able to spot it out here in the replay.
Yeah, but that was a nice ultimate. He actually pushed Reroll away and allowed Dani to get the smite as well. He himself had a smite to offer to the team, and most of the time, look at that, so many times
Another
stole the tyrants, stole the overlord, and it was the constant pressure coming out from the side of VKS.
Yeah, we call Zhang Fei a beast. We can call Mena a beast because he's an absolute beast playing on this hero, and absolutely crucial for his team's victory. Very well deserved MVP. Supports don't really get a lot of love because they are not very flashy, but hey, if you can make Zhang Fei flashy, I mean, Mena did it in this game. Absolutely. Again, it was on Mena.
So he embodies what it takes to play Zhang Fei, and he is a beast himself for sure. And at this moment, I think, yes, we will see it. Mena was chasing in. He used the lightning buffs to kill off 0-0. I remember this moment itself. And at this point, it was nothing else that Kagendra could offer that will make a difference against the side of VKS. So I really like the gameplay by VKS, and as it stands now, I think we are up for a very interesting Game 3.
Oh, I mean, the games are getting closer and closer as the series progresses, which is a good sign because it means that, even the team lost, they were able to get something out of it and use it directly in the next game. But what you can learn from these games as well is you can take the lessons you've learned watching these players play against each other, and you register your team for the Open Series Split 2, because this might be the start of your esports journey. So how you register is you just need to log in to the Honor of Kings game to sign up during this period, starting from the 8th of July to the 19th, and you form a team with your friends, your colleagues, or just people you find randomly in groups in all our social media or community channels. Then you might find yourself embarking on your journey to become a professional esports player. So make sure you sign up because there's plenty of prizes and in-game rewards waiting for you there.
Yeah, your esports journey doesn't start from there. You have already started your esports journey.
That is true. That is true.
By watching us, just by playing the game, you will have already taken the first step. Now we're just asking you to take one more step, and maybe we will see you on the stage competing, and we will be casting for you.
Yeah, that's how All Gamers Global made it here to the Honor Kings Invitational Season 2. And we might be shouting out your name in the next one as well. You never know. So make sure you give it all your best. Prepare with your players, because all these players on stage, they have been giving their best to make it this far. Top 8 is not an easy spot to be in. Out of all the different teams that have qualified, this is the final 8 in the Season 2 Invitational. And after this last series, we'll be whittling down the number to 4 as we'll be moving on to the semifinals.
That's right, and now, Kagendra's life, tournament life on the line. Vivo Key Stars still looking as stoic as ever, very calm, very composed. They're here to finish the job for sure. But Kagendra, I think they have slightly different plans in mind.
Yeah, I mean, they've been improving game and game. The drafts have been getting better. They were just a little bit off in terms of teamfight execution in game number 2. So if they're able to clean up that part of their act, I think they're in a good spot to force us to a game number 3. And we're talking about this, Kin. Which of these 2 series happening today has the higher chance of going to a game number 3? Game number 4. We completely written off Kagendran, and actually thought that it would have been the other series between LGD and All Gamers Global that could potentially go to a game number 4. But hey, Kagendran is trying to make us eat our words.
Well, all I can say is to err is human, right? So we take the losses as it comes, but it's not a true. You don't fail until you stop trying, right? So at this point, Kagendra, they still have a chance, and they must make the best out of it.
Absolutely, it is one last hurrah. They will not go down without a fight. They have been fighting for their lives so far. It's been getting closer and closer. They can smell the victory. It's always been down to the wire, and if they are able to push themselves past the hurdle, they will be bringing us to a game number 4. But hey, VKS, they've also showcased what it means to be a champion, what it means to be the most experienced team in this tournament. Is that they've been in this situation many times across many tournaments, and they just know what it takes to take it past that edge.
Yeah, but one interesting thing that I've seen in all these years of casting is the fact that a team on the cusp of losing, on the last legs of tournament life, are actually the scariest people to deal with, because everything's on the line, right? Win or lose, doesn't matter. We will want to do our best. We want to have fun. And I'm expecting a very unorthodox draft coming out from KAGE at this point.
Yeah, and it starts off with the ban. They ban out the Guan Yu. Niaps have had 2 amazing games on this hero already, so they do not want to see it in his hands once again. Does still focus on prioritize the Arlie in the first pick, which leaves open the Lady Zen for VKS to pick up if they want to.
Yeah, so Lady Chen definitely going to be one of the priorities on this side. Once again, snapped up immediately for 1, and this time they're going to combine it and combo it with the Ma Yin, which will go into the hands of Niap. Once again, one of his signature heroes as well, right? We've seen in the group stages, I believe he has used a Ma Yin, and to devastating effect. Now it's going to be countered straight away by the Byron pick. So Kagendra, I think they're able to match toe-to-toe, right, in terms of drafting.
Yep, definitely. They seem to know how to answer every pick of VKS so far. But to work on that point, Kin, why do you say? Can you explain to the audience why is Byron the counter to Mayin?
Simply because of the ability to outlast, right? So the force field suppression with the shields as well, able to sustain. And Mayin itself, yes, she has the iframes when she uses the whatever, but if the Byro is able to play and time the skills right, wait for the jump before it, after it happens, there is a comeback of the potential of a comeback. And of course, this then is affected by how the laning phase goes, the itemization, and stuff like that. But interesting thing that we are going to see here is the fact that Nerza has been picked.
We had seen the Nerza picked a couple of times, even yesterday, and it's had mixed results as a jungle. It's a pretty flashy hero, but he doesn't really do a lot of damage on his own. He's more of a supportive jungle, and Danny has been one of those players that can play in both roles. He can be the carry, or he can be the one to support his team to victory. And the Neza is great to shut down the RD as well, to just being able to lock down on her, to try and burst her down, and also just continue chasing through all the parasols that she can bring out, and the mobility that she has. Neza is one of the stickier jungle heroes that that you can pick against the RD.
Yep, interesting. I like the bans coming out from VKS, right? The Angela and the Princess Frost, they want to make the matchup as difficult as possible against Lady Chen.
Yep, it is. They are trying to, just shut down that hero. Not gonna let it have a great game. The endpost support will be picked up there from the side of VKS, which only means that they need the final marksman for their squad, while KAGE is lacking a jungle and a mid. It will be the Luna jungle.
Ooh, yep, told you. They're gonna go for those very unorthodox drafts. And I like what I'm seeing here from the side of Kagendra. We know they are mechanically gifted already, so expectations of a very high-paced game, because based on what we have seen from VKS's Luna, we can have a very spicy one. And bear in mind, they have a Yuhuan in the mid. This is gonna have huge heals, huge stuns, and potentially a very devastating result against VKS.
Yeah, we have been seeing more of the Yang Yuhuan in towards the jungle role, more of the mid, more than the mid. But she is still a mage that you usually pick it as a mage. So it's great to see her back in her natural role, and Luna in the hands of Wira this time. The only downside I see from the side of Kagendra's draft is that there is a lot of magic-based damage. You got the Luna, you got the Yuhuan, and you also have the Arlie providing a little bit of magic damage, which sometimes you just don't want to have that sort of damage distribution. Too much magic damage, not enough physical damage makes your team bit easier to build against in terms of the items.
Yep. For a moment there, I was kind of thinking, what if the Yuhuan went to jungle and the Luna went to mid? But anyways, those funny thoughts at this point. So we're gonna have the Yuhuan back from the mid against the Lady Chen.
Yeah, the Lady Zen is going to be able to push out the wave better and harass better, but Yuhuan has so much sustainability in the lane, and her AoE is nothing to scoff at. She's able to constantly poke as well with her second skill. So it's not a very direct laning. Whoever wins the lane, it's not very direct, but yeah, like. It's a very complicated hero as well. You gotta mix in your basic attacks with your second skill. So 1-2 BA, 1 BA out, 1 BA2. That's a very long combo, and it's not the only way to play it. You can mix and match depending on the situation you are in, depending whether you need heals for your team, a bit more damage. That's what the ultimate basically does. Is it switches up. You have a passive that you can switch up the types of damage. But bottom lane, a lot of damage being dealt there. 2-0-0 already, but Yuhuan, the Luna is here trying to get a kill. This is a perfect position for the Luna. Can he go for a kill there? Sasa dropping very low, but Neza here to save the day, flying it in on towards the Luna. Not able to finish him off, though. Not enough backup. Everybody was a bit too low, and the Lady Zen was not level 4 yet. So both these teams are just gonna back off and lick their wounds for a little bit.
Yep, Dani saving the day there. It was going to be horrendous for the side of VKS if Dani did not appear the Skyfall there. And right on the top lane as well, Clash Lane 1v1. It's pretty much a skill matchup at this point, and it looks like Forbidden Domain actually making good sense here.
Yep, absolutely. It's still a stalemate in terms of the kills so far. Nobody has really been able to get anything out of the early engagement. We see Danny showing his face towards the mid, but against the Yuhuan, who has so much heals and so many ways to disrupt your movement, it's not going to be an easy kill. So VKS is taking the slight lead for the moment, but in another minute or so, we're going to see the Tyrant spawning, and that's where we probably will see the first big fights happening in this game.
Yep, and one of the interesting things we'll see is I believe Kagendra will start to group up the moment it hits the 4-minute mark, right? After this first neutral objective, then there's really a growing death ball, and it's a growing healing death ball, which is really hard to play against.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen death balls get amplified just by having a little bit more sustain with heroes like the Leah, heroes like the Taiyan, and this time with the Yuhuan, it's something else. It can be really scary because it means that even if they take a fight and they're low on health, they can just heal back up to full with any of those heroes. So if KAGEndra is able to surprise the side of VKS, they might be able to just run away with this game. But it all comes down to the first Tyrant. Can they get this and secure it for themselves, or will VKS stop it at their tracks?
Well, this is the most equal we have seen the both of them thus far, and it looks like Senku falling a bit with the unending sorrow as well. Oh, the jump in!
Oh, perfectly played there by Senku as well as Weerod, really just juking and jiving, using their abilities to their fullest, and Senku using the ultimate to survive, being that a few seconds of invulnerability gets herself out to safety and also heals back to full. That's the power of the young Yuhuan mid. You cannot gank her, she's tough to finish off, and she's always going to be back for a second round.
Yep, you need stun over stuns to be able to deal that killing blow against the Yuhuan, and as it stands now, it looks like KAGEndra, they seem to be in a better position at this point.
Oh, but they do have Mayin using a teleport. They're trying to go for 0-0, but he got himself back to safety after seeing the mark on his head. So 5 versus 5 engagement happening in the middle very soon. Byron's a bit too far from this. Can they take the fight? Oh no, the Zhang Fei ultimate a bit too late, and it will be VKS taking the first blood as well as the first Tyrant. They're going to go for more. Yuhuan pops the ultimate a bit too early. He might be in danger. Niab goes for the kill, goes for the chase and the kill, and Hans 1 versus 5, not the position he wants to be in, and it only leaves Weerod, the last man to safety. We talked about this first fight, how crucial it will be for KAGE to take the win, but it will be VKS stopping it at its tracks.
Yep, and right off the bat, right, we said that at the 4-minute mark they will group up together, and the Death Ball did not work out. They got split up in the fight, so the Yuhuan ultimate did not make too much sense because the heals didn't come through as well. So VKS understanding the win conditions on the side of KAGEndra, just breaking them apart.
Absolutely, and you know, you can't give the Neza a good start because once that hero gets a snowball, he really starts to really shut down your squishy heroes like the Arlie. If he's just locked down by the Neza, he can really just get bursted. Arlie's not the tankiest of marksmen, but speaking of tanking, top lane, yeah, trying to tank up a gank here, but here comes the Marco Polo with the ultimate, enough to burst him down. He already has his Spark Force dagger completed, and that's going to be enough magical damage to burst him down through all of it. So good movement from VKS. Again, this is the classic VKS aggression and then into a objective across the map.
Yep, it's a bit unfortunate here, but we might see the Skyfall being put into place because the Weerod is alone. Okay, hang on, never mind. Senku is around.
You have Senku just dissuading them for the moment. Danny towards mid. They do have 4 heroes here, and they're trying to get something else for their own. Luna, oh, that's gonna be the ultimate used. So you have to wait for the cooldown before he can really just dive again. Arlie trying to go for the tower, but there's just 4 heroes here that's really stopping them at the moment. But bottom lane, Mayin doing a bit of a macro play is gonna finish off the bottom tier 1 tower. Yes, she will. And that's going to be a lot more gold going to the side of VKS.
Yep, so similar to game 1 and 2, VKS establishing the map control. We've already seen how hard it hurts and how heavy it hurts when you have absolutely zero map control in the late game.
Yep, absolutely. It's hard when your jungle is constantly... Oh, Weerod going for kills. No, not enough, but so much damage already dealt now. Oh, one's gonna get bursted down there. Maffer's going towards the last hit, but it was all set up there by the Luna. But VKS able to come back from that, getting a kill on towards Weerod as well as 0-0. So not a great fight so far. Danny trying to go for a kill. Yuhuan dropping very low. The heal's gonna get her back to half, and Danny's gonna stop the chase from there. But 2-for-1 trade-off. VKS is gonna still be happy with that if they can get one more objective out of it. But Niap, this is why you don't give Niap the Mayin. He's just so crucial on that hero.
Yep, and this is also why you don't give the lead to Dani, right? They could not kill Dani. He bought so much time for the rest of the team to come in and support him from there. And at this point now, once again, map control fully for the side of KAGEndra. Ooh, that was close.
That was absolutely close, but oh, the pullback! Oh, Niap, that beautiful pullback on towards Hans gets himself the kill. And that is going to be another kill going towards the way of VKS. They're starting to run away with this game, Kin. 3,000 net worth. They're trying to go for more Oh, but the Lianpo ultimate is absolutely huge on towards everybody. Zero will fall. They're gonna go for more. That's gonna be Senku falling as well. And Meina will pay with his life. Sasser dropping very low. Oh, he gets the hit on towards the enemy, which means that the aggro of the tower gets directed to him. But still, a 4-4-2 trade-off is still going to be benefiting the side of VKS, and they're going to get a slow ace on their side.
Yeah, doesn't matter for them at this point for VKS. It's once again total map domination, right? Yes, they're gonna push away Hans, and they still have the minions are working on the turret as well. Now this is going to be free reign. They can get to choose, right? Do we want to go for the Tyrant? Do we want to go for the Overlord? And as it stands now, it doesn't really matter because they have all of the time in the world.
All the time in the world, they just are starting to respawn, and VKS, they have to go back to base to regen as well to make sure that they're in fighting shape. Gonna start off the engagement by trying to steal away the Red Golem buff. They will get it, but oh, Neza, can you get a lockdown? Yuhan forced to use the ultimate early, and that means they're not gonna have the ultimate of the young Yuhan for the next upcoming fight. It looks like VKS is going to take the tier 2 first. Because it looks like the time is up. They're not going to be able to get the Tyrant before it upgrades to a Shadow Tyrant. The pullback on towards it. Oh, the Neza going towards the backline. They get a Q on towards the Arlie once again. We talked about it during the draft that the counter of the Arlie can be the Neza, and he is showing it once again. They get the kill on towards Muffers as well. And with that 2 kills, this might sound the opening for the side of VKS to go for the tier 3 tower, and they go straight for it. Are they going to go for the win? That might be a bit too greedy, but they will at least go for this tier 3 tower. It's almost going down, and one more hit will secure it.
Yep, and this is a pretty bad situation to be in for the side of Kagendra now. Take a look at the item growth coming in already with the Blazing Cape along the Blood Rage, and slowly building in towards the Long Night Guardian as well. This Neza is going to be extremely tanky. He's going to be very survivable. On the flip side, we only have the Augur's Word along with the Insatiable Tomb coming in from the Luna. So Wyrod, he needs to get a lot more. He's trying to go for the Void Staff, but at this point, they need a lot more than that.
They need to try and get a steal, get a stop, get a team wipe on their side, because 6,000 net worth, and the lead is only starting to grow here for the side of VKS. The Arlie isn't at critical mass yet, doesn't really have the items she needs to really do the damage that she needs to do. And the Luna is, like we said earlier, not one of those big damage dealers. Neza going for the Arlie, trying to finish him off, but able to flicker across the wall. Neza sticky though, trying to chase, and this is why you have these sticky heroes against the Arlie. You will be able to chase her wherever she goes, and the Luna in trouble once again. The Mayin will be able to set up the kill for Assassin to pick up, and 3 heroes down. VKS waste no time. They're going straight for the crystal, and this might be it. This might be it, Ken. We might have our 4th semi-finalist in the Honor Kings Invitational Season 2, as VKS will clean things up. Clinical, aggression, fast, and they're moving on to the semi-finals.
Yep, it was looking promising for the side of Kagendra, but VKS said no. It is going to be an all-Brazilian, Malaysian Grand Finals as we take a look at the semi-finals here. I'm so sorry, my dear lady there, but it is going to be VKS that takes home the win.
Absolutely. What a fantastic performance from both teams, but GG is to run. But VKS will be the one moving on, and we're going to have a winner's interview with VKS with Choo Choo.
What a game just now come up from VKS of Brazil. My God, that was amazing as always. You guys never disappoint. With me here live on stage here, Choo Choo, again alongside with our winner just now, VKS. Now first question, we have to give it to Cesar. As per usual, Cesar, I think you have to take the mic.
Ceci, pega o microfone.
Ceci, yes, Ceci, sorry. Ceci, okay. As per usual, what happened in game number 2? What took you so long to finish? Or you guys actually can end it earlier. What really happened?
O que aconteceu na segunda partida? Por que pegou tanto tempo para ganhar, né? Tava indo bem aí, mudou. O que aconteceu?
Eu acho que a gente não conseguiu fechar o jogo com o roxo. E aí levamos as 3 torres, não conseguimos finalizar o jogo. Levou pro dragãozão lá. E aí teve que fazer um flip mais ou menos. E eu acho que demorou porque a gente não conseguiu fechar com o roxo. E aí não conseguimos fechar sem. A gente não ia conseguir fechar sem o roxo.
Basically, we couldn't finish the game when we had the chance early on. So that's why we had to take a few rounds until we managed to get where we wanted. We had to make basically an extra push.
And there's going to be a lot of rounds after that, of course. Now, next is going to be Niap.
Yep.
Is that true? Did I pronounce Niap right? Yeah. That's right. I got the good from Coach Joko. Now, which is your favorite Clash Lane hero by far?
Qual é o seu herói favorito na Clash Lane?
Meu herói favorito é o Align. E acho que, por muito, é o herói que eu mais gosto de jogar e que eu mais tenho conforto em pegar em campeonato.
Is one, because that's the one I'm more comfortable playing and the one that I'm more confident that will help me get this championship.
But we do know Guan Yu is your signature hero these days, right? So for me, example, for all the new players out there that want to learn Guan Yu from you, what are your tips?
Todos sabemos que você é muito bom com o Guan Yu. Qual é a dica que você pode dar para todo o pessoal como jogar com esse herói?
O Guan Yu é um herói que tem que ter muito cuidado com a passiva dele, porque ele fica muito fraco quando toma muito stun e slow, então você tem que saber o momento certo de entrar na luta.
You must be very careful to use it because sometimes he's really vulnerable, so you must know the exact correct time to enter the battle.
Now, I think it's pretty down to the judgment of the player to actually do it. Don't go blindly, guys. That's what a lot of newbies do, like me. And next one is going to be to the captain, Danny. Now, you will fight Team Secret next. How's the preparation for your team? And how is there anything you want to say for Team Secret tomorrow?
Próxima partida é contra o Team Secret, né? Como é que você está preparando e você tem alguma mensagem para eles?
Bom, a preparação para eles vai ser como se fosse contra qualquer time normal. A gente estuda todos os times, a gente pensa em vários cenários de draft. A gente assistiu basicamente todos os jogos do campeonato e com eles não foi diferente. Então, bom, acredito que a gente vai chegar bem preparado e acho que a gente consegue ganhar deles e chegar na final.
It's going to be a preparation just like we always do. We analyze all of their matches. We're going to see everything they have been doing throughout the championship. And I believe that they will allow us to reach their prepared and allow us to get the championship.
Watch out, Team Secret, for tomorrow. Last but not least, from your team, I mean, like Danny, you can say it for all your fans all the way out there has been supporting, even here as well. There's so many fans of yours too.
Outra vez, mensagem para os fãs.
Quero agradecer todo o apoio, todo mundo que está assistindo aí. Vocês estão acompanhando a gente desde o início e estão apoiando, mandando muitas mensagens. A gente está muito feliz com esse apoio e a gente espera retribuir vocês com bons resultados. Acredito que agora, já que tem 2 times brasileiros e 2 times malaios na semifinal, a gente é no mínimo top 3 regiões do mundo, contando com a China. Então acho que a gente está bem feliz com esses resultados. A gente está trazendo bons frutos para nossa região e também mandar um beijo para minha namorada que está assistindo, um beijo para minha família e é isso, eu amo todo mundo, todos vocês aí que estão assistindo. Muito obrigado.
First and foremost, of course, thanks to the fans for all the support, for being with us through it all. That has allowed us to reach to this point where we have 2 Malaysian teams and 2 Brazilian teams that will be fighting for the cup. And he also wanted to add hello and a kiss to his girlfriend who's watching him and his family. Thank you very much from all the way over here.
Oh my God, that's very touching indeed. But I'm sorry for your girlfriend, but my friend taught me to say to you guys this. Voce é muito bonito. I'm sorry, but that's going to be the wrap for the interview here right now. Thank you so much. Congratulations for VKS. But we're back to the casters to wrap the day.
Thank you so much, Choo Choo. Very fun interview with the defending champions, and they will try to defend their throne tomorrow in the top 4, but they will not be facing an easy opponent. They're going to be facing one of the favorites to take it all as well, which is Team Secret in the top 4. While on the other side of the semifinals, we're going to have LGD Malaysia, who played phenomenally today, to be facing up against Loops. So it's going to be a Malaysian and Brazilian matchup on both sides of the bracket.
Yep, so cool, right? It would have been even cooler if it's a Brazil match-off versus Malaysia match-off, and then the grand finals is Brazil versus Malaysia, you know? That would be so spicy. But in any case, it is what it is, and we will see which of the 4 teams will make it out of the semifinals tomorrow. It's going to be a tough game to play, but it's going to be an easy game for us to watch.
Yep, I mean, so far throughout the entire quarterfinals, it's been sweeps everywhere. I mean, Loops sweeping Impunity, LGD doing the same against All Gamers Global, Team Secret against Team Vitality, and Vivo Keystars going against Kagendra. They've all been trio sweeps, but that might be the end of our misfortune here, Kinofu, because we might finally see the series go longer, because LGD against Loops looking like a very spicy series, and Team Secret against Vivo Keystars, I don't see that ending in a 3-0 in any fashion whatsoever.
Oh, for sure. It's the clash of the titans here, and it's for both games, right?
Yeah.
And it is going to be a best of 5 series. Now, let's cover our most recent best of 5 series. This, of course, ended with the VKS a victory, as they have calmly predicted at the start of the day. Now, the itemization has been pretty much insane. I want to just keep my eyes on Dani at this point, because he was building into the Dragon's Rage as the last option, and with that he would have been super hard to kill, but extremely painful when he lands the hits onto 0-0.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very interesting draft. You talked about how Kagendran were gonna pick up something unorthodox. They tried with the Yuhuan mid as well as the Luna jungle on their end. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them. VKS had the counters in mind. They had the better team fight. They even had the better early game. You talked about how the first fight around the Tyrant was absolutely crucial for Kagendran, and VKS knew that as well. They put all 5 heroes there, rotated people in time, and they were able to take that away from them. So let's take a look at the damage that the Yuhuan was really able to bring out. 51,000, not too bad. But it does really does not compare to what Dani and One was able to do on the Niza as well as the Lady Z.
Yep. So there was one sneaky member on the side of Vivo Keystars. That's actually going to be the Caesar Marco Polo. Actually, I kept my eyes on him on a couple of the engages as well. He was so slick with his roaming gun. That allowed him to deal up to 61,000 damage and only 20,000 damage taken.
Yeah, very slippery. He knew when to go in, he knew when to get out. And Sasser, he has had a fantastic group stage. He's had a fantastic showing in this series so far, and he'll need all of that when he's facing up against a much more aggressive team like Team Secret, because they like to shut down the marksman. They like to dive in, slow down the marksman, not letting them get to their critical mass. And at least so far, Sasser has been able to hold his own. He's got multiple MVPs already. So let's see who will be the MVP for the side of BKS in this third game. But this game has been just the typical classic snowball of VKS. They ended the game early. They took the early fights. They won the early fights, and the moment they spotted weakness and a potential win, they would definitely go for it.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, they knew what the win condition was. They took advantage of it. And, it makes a lot of sense how this game went, because, like you said, when you give Nerza the lead in the game, he is going to just run. I mean, he takes to the skies with the Skyfall, right? And so what do you expect when you give him the lead? He's going to just run away. And right now, VKS as a team just outshining Kagendra. And this is not to dismiss Kagendra. They played an absolute fantastic game with whatever they have as well. Just at this point, VKS is just too strong. Now, we're looking for that one member. Who is it?
It's gonna be Dani on the Neza. I mean, we talked about in the draft when he picked up the Neza, we knew that this was his game to shine. Shutting down the Arlie, shutting down the Luna was his role, and boy, did he do that! Absolutely insane last few engagement, really making the Arlie's life difficult. 3-0 and 12 on this Neza, and giving that hero yet another win on the board.
Alright, so with that being said, Dani, of course, a familiar name going all the way from Season 1. Let's take a look at the replay of how this came to be. All started in the first big engagement over the fight as well. They got so many kills. 4 members, I believe, took the fall before, VKS was satisfied. And at this point, it was just Weeraw who was left to his own devices, while the rest of them made waves across the map here.
Yeah, that was the first crucial fight that really started the entire snowball for the side of VKS. And here they try. We can see the side of Kagendran. If they were not that far behind, they might have been able to take this fight. But Neza directly towards Arlie, getting a kill on towards the back line, really just stopping them from being able to take any sort of fight. And Niap, oh my god! I mean, we talked about the Mayin and how you have to take it away from his hands, and he just showcases to us why Team Secret needs to watch out for him on this Arlie, because he's absolutely crazy on that hero. And this final fight, after losing these two heroes, they went for the tier 3s on the bottom lane. And after this fight, they got 3 kills, and they knew that was all they needed to end the game here. Arlie again being chased down there by the Neza, and at this point in time, there was just nothing that Kagendran can really do, because they were just too far behind. They could not defend with the Yuhuan as well as the Byron and the Zhang Fei, and that was all she wrote here. KS will move on to the top 4 of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational, where they will be facing up against Team Secret to find out who will move on to the finals. And on the other side, it's going to be LGD going up against Loops in another Malaysian-Brazil derby. Will it be an all-Brazil finals? Will it be an all-Malaysian finals? Or will we have representation from both countries in the grand finals? We will only find out tomorrow, because that will be one heck of a matchup.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a best of 5. 3 potential rounds. If it's a 3-0, highly unlikely as we go into the matches tomorrow. Very huge expectations. Now, the thing is, you know, in normal matches like these, you never know who's going to come out on top. So I'm really excited for tomorrow. Loops against LGD, Team Secret against VKS. Who has the secret sauce? Who is going to edge out their competition? Because I assure you, tomorrow is a game of absolutes, and it's really about the finer details.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single mistake, every single small play you make will come into play in your journey to try and make it to the grand finals. When you're against teams like your opponents are, you have no room for error. You have to play at your very best, and it's going to be tough. So let's take a look at what time the matches are happening tomorrow, because those are 2 very spicy best of 5s. Loops versus LGD Gaming will start out today at 5 p.m. just like today, and of course Team Secret against Vivo Keystars as the second match, happening as soon as the first match ends. So both those matchups will decide who will be moving on to the grand finals. There can be only 2, but it's still so much left to play for all these 4 teams.
Yep. So tomorrow is a Saturday from in our region. So, you know, don't take too long. Prepare your popcorn and grab a seat while you wait for the games at 5 and 7:40 respectively. Now, this is going to be a quick shout out to the people that have watched today, and for the people that are telling their friends about the games today. Now, bear in mind, these people are professional players. I hope, you know, you take very good consideration when you bring a Nerza into a ranked game. I'm expecting a lot of Nerzas coming out tonight. I'm expecting a lot of Marco Polos coming out tonight as well. And, you know, yes, it's good to build your dream for being a professional player. And, of course, this will lead into our partner, our dear partner for the Esports World Cup, where the teams will go into, you know, Riyadh, the Kingdom, try and make their plays. You can do so too. But tonight is not the night to go for Nerza, please. Right? Let the pros do it. Let the pros do it. We will see them at the Esports World Cup. You will join us there, and we'll have our fun.
Not the easiest here to play, but if you're playing it on the Infinix GT20 Pro, you might find it a little bit easier, or at least when you're playing, it's going to be flashy, because you know why? It's because the Infinix GT20 Pro has a Mecha Loop LED design built right into it. So every time you get a kill, every time you get a crucial kill theft, the phone is going to light up like a Christmas tree, and it's going to be absolutely amazing, especially if you're playing it in front of your friends. You don't even need to flex. Whenever your phone lights up, you can just point at it and be like, yeah, those were my kills.
Yeah, real life screenshot there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been an amazing day here, Kin. We've had two fantastic series. Both, sure, they were sweeps, but you know, it didn't feel like that because both teams were able to take the win. Anyone could have taken the win there.
Yeah. Now, of course, jokes about the ranked game. If you're serious about taking the wins, you want the stars, get yourself the shining star. That's going to be the Yao. He's already been released. We're already seeing him in the ladders itself. Pretty potent hero to use if you're looking to be in the role of the jungle as well. Now, for him, I think a lot of people have gotten used to him playing just 2-3 days already. So if you're not there yet, don't worry, the Yao is available for purchase. Skins are available as well in the near future, and you can get stars with the shining star.
Absolutely. Make sure you get your hands on it, or at least know how to play with and against it. So when you play against the ladder, you know what to do against it. You know, it's all comes down to experience as well as mechanical skill. And you know, you don't want to get caught unprepared. So just like all the teams today, they'll be taking a rest to prepare for their next upcoming matches, which will be happening tomorrow. Remember, 5 p.m. and 7:40 is the time in Malaysia, Singapore time. So make sure you are already well rested, well fed, so that you don't have to take too long of a break and miss any of those fantastic matches.
Oh, for sure. I think tomorrow we are going to have pretty interesting drafts because we are getting closer and closer to the grand finals, but more importantly, it's against strong opponents, which means it's time to show your cards, right? We're not going to have the normal drafts with the My Band, with the Da Qiao Band. Maybe not. We're going to see something new.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams, they haven't really shown the world what they're capable of. They surely have some pocket picks, some strategies that they haven't really been utilizing. They probably feel like, hey, we can just outskill our opponents during the group stages, and tomorrow is probably where we see the big guns. But tomorrow is where you want to be here again, ladies and gentlemen. This is Zero and Kinofu. We'll be seeing each other tomorrow for the top 4 of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. This is us signing out.
Bye-bye.
Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Now how I feed the flame. You know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this